Section 73 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Catherine Leach. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. The trial of David F. Mayberry for the murder of Andrew Alger, Wisconsin, 1855. Part 3. Mr. Nogle. May it please the court and you, gentlemen of the jury, what shall I say in closing this solemn narration? What is left for me to say in relation to this horrid affair? Are there questions of doubt hanging around this case, demanding explanation, or susceptible of being strengthened by argument? Who doubts that a murderer is in our midst? What juror in your box, what man, woman, or child, within the hearing of my voice, doubts that Andrew Alger, an old and worthy settler of Jefferson County, a husband and father, was on the 16th day of June last, in the town of Harmony, in the county of Rock, most cruelly and brutally murdered by some cold-blooded villain, and that David F. Mayberry, the prisoner at the bar, is the heartless, guilty wretch? When a case is so overwhelmingly plain and so exceedingly clear of doubt, what can be added, or what should be said after so much has been said, and well said, by both my associate, the prosecuting attorney, and by Brother Loop, the able and ingenious counsel for the defendant? And gentlemen, he is able and ingenious, and no man in this state knows better, or more highly appreciates his powers as an advocate or as a counselor than I do. And throughout his able and ingenious argument in behalf of this poor, miserable, unfortunate prisoner, it seemed to me, and I think you gentlemen must have been heavily impressed with his entire success in fully confirming you, and all who hear him, in the indisputable certainty of the guilt of his client. As he proceeded, sentence by sentence, and word by word, the little darkening vapor he had during the trial so industriously endeavored to surround this case with, gradually continued to disappear, until the close of his argument completed the transparency of the defendant's guilt. How could it be otherwise? What counsel is so able or so learned that he could comment upon the irresistible proofs in this case without brightening and strengthening the truth? The guilt of this defendant, gentlemen of the jury, is so apparent, and the evidence so conclusive, that I can hardly justify myself in detaining you one moment. In most cases, it is only necessary for the state to present the testimony and the case to the jury in a plain legal manner, that the jury may safely and properly judge of the guilt or innocence of the defendant. In other words, it is necessary and proper for the state to prosecute, but not to persecute. In this case, I am at a loss to know what could amount to a persecution or what could amount to a more effectual prosecution than the evidence as detailed by the witnesses without comment. And was there nothing in this case but the mere question of guilty or not guilty, as may be determined by your verdict? And was I left free to consult only my own inclinations in relation to the argument of this case? I should even now cheerfully leave the case with you, notwithstanding the able effort of the defendant's counsel. But it is useless to attempt to disguise the fact that the indignation of this community, fanned into flames by the recollection and continuing vision of the murdered and mangled body of the poor, helpless Andrew Alger, as he was found in the brush by the wayside, in the town of Harmony, fixed and riveted beyond the possibility of a doubt by the incontrovertible evidence in this case, that the cold-blooded, unblushing scoundrel at the bar is the assassin, unprovoked and inexcusable, of that harmless and innocent man, demand at least that the character of this miserable brute be as far as possible held up to public view as a monument of terror hereafter to all evil-disposed persons. And what I have said, and am about to say is more in response to that demand than the necessities of this case. The learned counsel for the defendant makes 2 points in his defense. First, that the indictment charges that Andrew Alger was murdered, and notwithstanding he admits a most horrible and brutal murder has been committed upon the body of some person and by the hand of some villain. Nevertheless, he insists that there is no evidence that the murdered man is Andrew Alger. And second, that the evidence that tends to implicate the defendant is inconsistent and not to be relied upon. That if true, it is not evidence of guilt, but of insanity. Can it be possible there remains even a shadow of doubt as to the identity of the deceased? We have proved by almost innumerable witnesses the residence and business of Andrew Alger, that for the last 15 years, during the winter and spring seasons of the year, he had pursued the labor of getting out timber, poles, and lumber, and rafting down the river, which made him generally, and I am gratified to learn, favorably known to all, or most of the businessmen from Jefferson to Rockford. They usually dealt with him more or less, and it seems esteemed him highly. He left his home, his wife, and his little children in the town of Farmington, Jefferson County, taking with him his eldest son early in June, for the purpose of rafting down the river a large quantity of timber, poles, and lumber to market. Some of his raft was left by the way, a portion at Beloit, but the principal portion was taken to Rockford. There he detained his son and his other hands several days, getting his raft in condition to sell. He finally made a favorable sale, and on Monday, the 11th day of June, he sent his son and the other hands home, and he remained for the purpose of settling and getting his money. His son and other witnesses tell you he wore at the time the pantaloons, vest, and coat, cotton overalls, hat, and shoes that have been produced upon the trial. Also, that he, at the time his son left him in Rockford, had in his pocket the knife, memorandum book, wallet, and portemoney of the deceased here produced. He closed his business at Rockford and went to Beloit on Wednesday the 13th of June. There he had some sales to make, and some settlements to attend to. There also he wore the same hat and other clothing, and still had in his possession the same knife, wallet, and portemoney, in addition to which he then purchases of a merchant tailor, Mr. Hetty, who knew Mr. Alger well, a linen coat of a peculiar kind, and particularly identified by the witness. And also on the morning of the 16th he purchased off Mr. Peck a horse and buggy, with all of which property, clothing, etc. Mr. Peck saw him leave the farm of Mr. P. Cogswell, this side of Beloit, for Janesville. And Mr. Orville Bennett tells us he left Beloit with about $580 in money. He left Beloit a little before noon on the same day he dined at the Stage House, kept by Mr. J. M. Burgess, in this city, at the same table with the witness E. G. Fifield, and was seen here by a large number of other persons, still wearing the hat and clothing before described, and having in his possession the identical horse and buggy purchased off the witness Peck. We have proved to you, gentlemen, that he left Janesville with his horse and buggy, stating that he was going to his home in Jefferson County between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, doubtless with all that feverish anxiety of husband and father after a long and laborious absence, to once more reach the happy circle of his own domestic fireside. Oh, poor deluded innocent soul! Little did he know that this vile monster lay in his path. Little did poor Alger know that that day was to make a widow of his wife and rob his children of a father. Little did he know that before the sun should set again, he must be numbered with the dead. Little did he think, when he was fleeting over the beautiful rock prairie, his heart no doubt light and joyous, and his spirits buoyant with the thought of home, that his eternal exit was to be taken that hour in the beautiful grove, then full in sight. Oh, Little did he suppose, when he stopped his horse, in mercy as he doubtless supposed to a poor weary traveler, and took into his buggy this villainous wretch, that he was administering kindness and humanity to his own destroyer, that he was bartering away his own life with kindness, that by that act of humanity he had forever bid farewell to his home, to his family, and his friends. We have the further evidence that the bloody coat here produced is the identical linen coat sold to the deceased by the witness Hetty at Beloit, and that it was found within a few feet of the place where the mangled body of Alger was found. Again, nearly everything in the possession of Alger when he was last seen is here produced and identified, to which add the positive and irresistible evidence of Chas. H. Conrad and Elbridge G. Fifield, witnesses who have known Alger for more than 12 years, and who doubts the identification of the body. The counsel may, but you, gentlemen of the jury, cannot. If there should be one among you in the least disposed to doubt, just ask him where Alger is, and why is it that no other information, trace, or intelligence has been received concerning him since he was seen by the witness Williams crossing the prairie the day he was murdered. We will now devote a few moments to the examination of the defense, viz., that the stories told by the witnesses are inconsistent and only evidences of insanity. On the part of the state, we think that the various facts and circumstances related by the witnesses harmonize in all respect most remarkably. His confession to the Macombes, the counsel think false or evidence of insanity. We can see no evidence whatever of insanity in this case, and there may be some evidence of a daredevil indiscretion, I admit, but that is fully accounted for when the fact is known that relations of intimacy in the state prison at Alton between him and a son of the witness, John J. Macomb, which doubtless caused him, not very much to the credit of Macomb, to seek his house as a home, and the father and sons of his old friend at Alton, his confidentials, and it is not at all strange that he very confidentially supposed the family were all alike his Alton companion, and in all probability he felt safe in opening his bosom to them, and he doubtless was so elated with his success that he felt like boasting of it to such as he supposed were his compeers in crime. The prisoner had left Macomb's house the Thursday before, avowing his intention to go north. Janesville and Wisconsin were both mentioned. He doubtless got his eye upon poor Alger at Rockford, inquiring him out, and then set himself about looking out the ground upon which to strike the fatal blow. We next hear of him at Janesville, at the house of the witness, Mrs. Tubbs, on Wednesday afternoon. He again returns to her house and stays all night Thursday night. Left about 8 o'clock next morning. Said he lived at Rockford. Friday night we find him at the house of the witness Rexford at Beloit, and a new hatchet in his possession looked like the one here shown, which he says he found. But we have evidence from the clerks of one of the hardware stores that this defendant inquired for and looked at some hatchets in their store about that time, but said they would not answer his purpose. They were too large. A clerk of another store tells you he sold a hatchet to a stranger about that time. It is true, he can't swear that this defendant is that stranger. But when you recollect he told Macomb that he bought the hatchet with which he murdered his victim in Janesville, who can doubt but that he is that stranger? He is next seen by the witness Williams on the road between Janesville and Milton, between the north side of the prairie and near the crossing of the Humes Bridge road. There he seems to be loitering leisurely along, apparently waiting for someone. He is on foot with his coat upon his arm after 3 o'clock on Saturday. The witness, Williams, notices him and identifies him particularly and is positive that this defendant is the man he thus saw on that day. The witness also, in passing on to this city, met the unfortunate Alger just on the top of the hill going towards Milton from this city. About 9 o'clock that evening, the prisoner purchased off the witnesses Allen and McIntyre at the clothing store of M.C. Smith & Co. a coat, vest, and pants. He then had on his head Alger's white hat, and when asked if he did not want a black hat to go with his new black clothes, he replied that he had a black hat in his buggy at the door. And after putting on the new pants found with him at Macomb's by Sheriff Taylor of Rockford, and here produced, on which is still remaining the private mark of M.C. Smith & Co. The coat and vest, the witnesses say, he now has on. About 12 o'clock the same evening he is driven into the house of Mr. Tracy, about 3 miles south of this city, by a frightful storm, giving as a reason that it lightened so that his horse would not keep the road. He there represents that he came from Madison and was going to Beloit. He had a horse and buggy with him, hitched his horse in the yard, and laid down on the floor, and left at some time in the night unknown by the witness. We next hear of him this side of Rockford in Illinois, going towards Rockford with the same identical horse and buggy sold by Peck to Alger the day before. Mr. Allen says he saw the prisoner on Sunday, the 17th of June, on the prairie going from some cattle near where a horse and buggy was, and where the horse appeared to be grazing. Mr. Allen says he spoke to the defendant and knows he is the same man. When defendant was going from the cattle towards the buggy, he appeared to have something in his hand which he threw into the buggy. When the witness turned to go from where the prisoner was, he saw that some of the cattle were badly cut, and it appeared to have been done with an axe or hatchet. This, the counsel says, is evidence of insanity, but far from that. It is evidence of the same cold-blooded, wicked, malicious, and depraved heart that has characterized the character and conduct of this miserable defendant throughout. In all probability, when the besmeared and bespattered murderer anchored himself among the quiet herds of cattle upon the broad green prairies, that he might perhaps in that way rest and refresh the wearied horse, unnoticed and undiscovered by any human eye. But imagine his wrath and rage when he found his wagon suddenly surrounded by scores of dumb brutes, the very lowing of which told this assassin that he was detected as the murderer of poor Alger. Yes, well, did he know that even the beasts of the field had found upon him the blood of the murdered man, and that they too had detected and were endeavoring to proclaim that he was the bloody villain? Then it was that he dealt out to the dumb brutes violence with the same instrument with which he took the life of Alger. Very little evidence of insanity, but great evidence of a heartless, cold-blooded villain. The witness is confident that the horse and buggy seen by him on the prairies are the same shown him at Mr. Howland's, and the same testified to by the witness Peck. He is next seen by the witness Smith Clothier, 3 or 4 miles below Rockford, with a horse and buggy, going toward Macomb's about noon of the same day. William Blackman also saw him about 4 miles below Rockford, going toward Macomb's after noon of that day. He arrived at Macomb's about 2 or 3 o'clock of that day. Then he prowled about until about 5 p.m., when he found Macomb in the garden. He showed Macomb a handful of papers, said he was going to burn them. They were the memorandum book and other papers taken from him by Sheriff Taylor, and here produced. He said he got them off a lumberman. He then took from his pocket a stocking and shook it, with a large quantity of gold in it, saying, "See that?" The witness Alger identifies the stocking to be his father's. Defendant then requests the witness to go with him down into the woods and see the horse and buggy he had down there, that he had taken from a lumberman. He said he did not know his name, but that he got into the buggy to ride with him, about 1 mile north of Janesville on the prairie towards Milton. He said he gave the old man some whiskey, and he took a good horn, and when he had got to the place he had looked out for that purpose, he raised up, stating that he was chilly and would put on his coat. And while he was then standing up in the buggy pretending to be putting on his coat, he took from the sleeve the hatchet found in his possession, and here produced, which he said he purchased in Janesville for that purpose, and dealt the deceased a deadly blow on the head, which knocked him senseless, that the horse jumped, and he seized the lines and drove the horse and buggy into the woods 10 or 15 rods, into the thick bushes, and then struck him 2 or 3 times more upon the head with the hatchet, and then, brute-like, kicked the poor dying man out of his own buggy, his poor helpless victim groaning out in a strangely deathly manner, "Good Lord, good Lord," to which this miserable wretch could cruelly and coldly reply, "Shut your d noise, or I will cut your throat," and then took from Alger's pocket the knife he had long used to serve up his meals in the woods and on the river, and his son tells you he has ate many a meal with that knife, and stabbed him in the back and sides, and then cut his throat from ear to ear, stripped him of his clothes, robbed him of his money, and with the same daredevil cold-blooded indifference that the wolf or the bear or the panther would, lay down by the side of their prey in the forest, he, this defendant, coolly laid himself down by a murdered body in open daylight for an hour and a half, waiting for the night to come so he could slip away unnoticed in the dark, sane enough to prefer darkness rather than light. Such feats performed by such a creature were too much to be kept by him alone. He must rush with lightning speed to some haven or repose, where he could freely unbosom himself to some safe and secure friends. He was either overburdened with a consciousness of his guilt seeking an outlet or demanding relief, or he was vainly proud of his success, and was eager to go where he might boast of his crime to at least approving friends. Which, gentlemen, do you think was the motive which actuated him? The latter, no doubt. He who can be detected, arrested, and brought to the bar of justice, assumingly as has this man at every step, meeting full in his face unmistakable evidence of his guilt. The man who can face the court and jury, and the overwhelming proof of his guilt, unchanged, unmoved, presenting a human form and a human face, as determined and unchangeably fixed as the polished marble tombstone stationed in the graveyard. Look, gentlemen, at that face. See the cold, brassy defiance which was so plainly seen at the opening of the case. Has a muscle moved, or the countenance changed in the least, at any time? No, gentlemen. Dying groans and supplications, widows' shrieks or orphans' cries would only be music in his ear. He thought Macomb would also be delighted with his narration, but thank heaven he mistook his man. And whatever may be said of the son of Macomb, we have upon this trial the most reliable evidence of Macomb's honesty, and he is entitled to the thanks of his community for the vigilant manner in which he has brought this dark and disgraceful crime to light. And the people of this state are under great obligations to Mr. Brown, the state's attorney for the Northwest District in Illinois, and to Sheriff Taylor of Rockford, for their well-directed efforts in bringing this defendant to justice. And we owe a debt of gratitude to all the witnesses from Illinois, which we shall never be able to pay, and I hope we shall never have the opportunity to pay in like services, for their prompt attendance here as witnesses. They were beyond our reach. Our court had no power to compel their attendance. Yet they came. They are here, and now will you vindicate them? By your verdict, from the insinuations cast at them by the defendant's counsel, or will you override the truth and uphold the defendant in his crime? The effect of punishment depends entirely upon its certainty and not upon its severity. I have no doubt that you will convict this defendant, and there is no doubt that he ought to be, and when convicted I have no doubt that the sentence of the court will satisfy all, that his punishment will be far greater than the gallows with all its terrors. I have heard it intimated that in this case the people were so enraged that they were determined on vengeance, that they would take the execution of his sentence and the administration of punishment into their own hands, that this defendant should never reach Waupun. This cannot be. It must not be. The courts of justice are our only reliable safeguard in this country, and they must be sustained. The law must be executed as it is. I should be sorry to believe for one instant that there was any such design. What? Is there a man on earth who would be willing to stain his hands in the blood of that poor miserable object of pity? I hope not. Such an act would disgrace our state, our county, and would be an endless disgrace to our city. Besides, it would have a tendency to repeal the law we now have, which, in my humble opinion, is the best law in the land, and it would probably have the tendency to reenact that law which is befitting the dark ages and barbarous nations. A law that has hung scores of innocent men, and a law that would do more to clear the guilty than could possibly be done by all the lawyers in Wisconsin. Here is a book that is full of cases of murdering innocent men according to law, and there are volumes written in the few words of the counsel's speech in which he stated to you that he wished to God that the punishment in this state was capital, because he should then have strong hopes of clearing this defendant, even this defendant. He says that when the penalty is death, the jury ever reluctantly find the defendant guilty. Gentlemen, he never said a truer thing. The death penalty hangs poor penniless men, guilty or innocent, and it sets free and turns at large the wealthy and the influential, whether they be guilty or innocent. And every good citizen should abhor and depreciate a law that works so alarmingly unequal. Our law, as it stands, affords greater punishment than the death penalty, save only the harrowing thoughts of death by legal murder. And all must admit that as the law now stands, the certainty of punishment is greatly increased. But I will not take up the time of this court and jury in discussing the policy of the law. That belongs more particularly to the legislature. In the meanwhile, let us sustain and live by the laws as we find them. If the laws are wrong, change and reform them, but don't rebel against the action of our courts of justice. This case is so plain that speech or utterance find nothing upon which to play. You must be satisfied beyond the possibility of a doubt that Andrew Alger was on the 16th day of June most cruelly and brutally murdered by someone in the town of Harmony in this county, and can there be the shadow of a doubt that the brazen-faced prisoner at the bar is the murderer? Independent of the evidence of the Macomb family, there can be no doubt of the defendant's guilt. He was seen waiting on the road where poor Alger must pass. He was on foot with his coat on his arm. And in less than 24 hours after, he is at Macomb's, near 40 miles south in Illinois, with Alger's horse and buggy, his money, clothing, papers, pocketbooks, and knife in his possession. When arrested, he gave a false account of the possession, that he had earned the money and bought the knife in St. Louis. He wore a black hat north and traveled on foot, and the same night wore a white hat south, and declared that he had with him in his buggy a black hat. He pretended that he lived and was at work at Milton, and was going there when he was in fact on his way to Rockford with a horse and buggy. He gave a false account of his business to Allen, McIntyre, and Tracy. He snatched from McIntyre the pantaloons in which he carried the money, and when McIntyre said to him, "You seem to have a large supply of legal tender," he replied that all he had in the world was in those pantaloons. He told Tracy that he had been at Madison and was going to Beloit. Is all this enough? I again confess, gentlemen, that this case is too clear for argument, and it is too cruel to even talk about. Many feel that this miserable prisoner at the bar ought to be hung. I do not think so. He deserves punishment that will more effectually remind him of his crime. I am decidedly opposed to hanging in any case. I believe it to be morally wrong and productive of bad results. But if there ever was a case where hanging could be justified under a death penalty law, this is that case. Gentlemen, the interest of the state is in your hands. My duty is ended. Yours will soon begin, and I leave the defendant in your hands. In mercy to the family and friends of poor Alger, don't forget to do justice to this defendant. End of section 73. Section 74 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Catherine Leach. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. The trial of David F. Mayberry for the murder of Andrew Alger, Wisconsin, 1855. Part 4. The Judge's Charge. Judge Doolittle. Gentlemen of the jury, the prisoner at the bar stands charged with the highest crime known to our laws, with the deliberate murder of Andrew Alger from a premeditated design, or in the language of the common law, with malice aforethought. And if the defendant is guilty as charged, and as the evidence in the case tends to show, justice compels me to say that he is guilty of murder in the first degree, committed under circumstances of such cold-blooded atrocity that we can hardly find a parallel in the history of crime. But, gentlemen, however atrocious the deed by which this county has been shocked and electrified, and however desirous every good citizen may be to bring the real offender to justice, yet courts and juries should not for a moment lose sight of the rules of law which are established to govern the administration of criminal law, and which are the safeguards of the rights and liberties of every individual. It will be borne in mind that the accused, when put upon trial, charged with any offense, is presumed to be innocent until proven to be guilty. The burden of the proof is upon the prosecution, and the state must convince you beyond any reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt before you are authorized to convict. You are to start with the presumption of innocence, and step by step, and inch by inch, the public prosecutor must lead your minds by the force of the testimony given by him until every other supposition or reasonable hypothesis is excluded, except the hypothesis of the defendant's guilt. To establish the guilt of the prisoner, 3 things are necessary. First, to show that a murder has been committed by somebody. The corpus delicti, or body of the crime, must be clearly established, and by a weight of testimony which is, in a moral sense, irresistible. That is to say, it must be shown to a moral certainty. To establish that fact, the prosecution rely upon the situation of the body at the time when found, with the throat cut from ear to ear, with the skull broken through to the brain, with a mortal wound in the side, another in the back, wounds which it is insisted could by no possibility be inflicted by his own hands, or any other than a human hand. The testimony of the medical witnesses is relied upon to show that, from the coagulated blood found about the wounds in the back, those wounds must have been received before the arteries of the neck were severed, and that therefore those wounds were the cause of the death, and not wounds wantonly made by some person after he came to his death. Upon these facts the prosecution insist that beyond all possibility of doubt, a murder has been committed by some human being upon the person of another. In the second place, the prosecution must show beyond any reasonable doubt that the person murdered is the same person named in the indictment. In short, that the body found in the town of Harmony is the body of Andrew Alger. To establish that fact, the prosecution rely upon the fact that the body is identified by 2 witnesses, Mr. Conrad and Mr. Fifield, that a large number of witnesses, with more or less positive assurance, identify the clothing of Andrew Alger found with the prisoner, and especially the fact that the white linen coat, the coat which he was seen to put on at Beloit when he left that town with the horse and buggy, was found near the place where the body was found, covered with blood and concealed under some leaves, and from the fact that Alger, since last seen on his way home between Janesville and Milton, has nowhere been seen unless the body in question is the body of Andrew Alger. Third, if you are satisfied beyond all reasonable doubt that this was the body of Andrew Alger, you will next inquire, and perhaps that may be the main inquiry, is the prisoner at the bar guilty of that crime? To establish that fact, the prosecution relies upon two species of evidence. First, circumstantial. Second, positive testimony by the defendant's confessions, and third, the combined weight of both. Independent of the testimony of Macomb and his two sons, Halsey and Erastus, the prosecution insists that the circumstances in evidence would leave no room to doubt the defendant's guilt. The circumstances relied on are mainly these: that the defendant was seen waiting upon the road where Alger was to pass, and within 24 hours after he is found with the horse and buggy of Alger on the premises of Macomb in the county of Winnebago, state of Illinois, and upon being searched, in his pockets were found the papers and wallets of Alger. That the defendant gave a false account of the money in his possession, that the knife of Alger identified by his son and others was found in his possession, that he gave a false account of it, that when he left Mr. Rexford's in Beloit, he had on a black hat, and the next day had on a white hat, identified with more or less assurance, as the one worn by Alger when he left Beloit. The fact that he said he lived and worked at Milton, and was going to Milton, when he was on his way to Rockford, and was living there. The fact that he left on foot, and returned with a horse and buggy. That he left with one hat, and returned with his own black hat, as he said in the buggy, and a white hat like that of Alger's, on his head, when seen at 9 o'clock in the store at Janesville. The false account given of his business to Allen, and another false account given to Tracy the same night. That he had been to Matthewson and was going to Beloit. And the prosecution insists that these facts are enough of themselves to satisfy the jury beyond all reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt, though the evidence of Macomb and his two sons were stricken from the case. In the next place, gentlemen, you will inquire as to what weight should be given to the three witnesses to whom the defendant is said to have confessed his guilt. The confessions of a party are always to be weighed with great scrutiny. On the one hand, it is of all other evidence the most liable to be mistaken, and the most easy to be manufactured, while on the other, if such a confession be clearly proved to have been voluntarily made by a party in his right mind, it is evidence of very great weight. The counsel for the defendant insists that the confessions made to Macomb are so unreasonable, so contrary to the impulses of human nature, that you should wholly disregard their testimony, and further, that when these confessions were made by the defendant, he was so far intoxicated that the confessions, if made, should have no weight whatever. That, gentlemen, is a question for the jury. Whether that confession was in fact made, whether it is wholly irrational or unnatural, or whether it accords with the facts truly, whether it was made with the expectations of being sheltered and secreted by Macomb, with one of whose sons he is said to have been imprisoned at Alton, when he would be pursued, or whether it was the result in fact of his being influenced by intoxicating drinks, or whether it was the result of both, or whether, as insisted by the district attorney, it was the confession of a soul overburdened with a sense of guilt, stained with a brother's blood, driven almost to a frenzy, the confessions of a soul whose terrible secrets it could no longer keep, which has already become his master, which in spite of itself rises to the throat and demands utterance. All these are questions for the jury, as well as the degree of weight to be given to them. If the defendant was in fact intoxicated when he made these confessions, they are not entitled to anything like the same degree of weight as if made while in full possession of his mind. But the counsel for the defendant, while he admits that there are many strong circumstances tending to prove the prisoner's guilt, insists that they are not sufficiently strong to satisfy you beyond all reasonable doubt by evidence so strong as to exclude every other hypothesis except that of guilt. The defendant's counsel has correctly stated the law upon the subject. You must be satisfied of his guilt to a moral certainty. You should extend to the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, upon the humane principle that 99 guilty persons should escape, rather than one innocent man should suffer. In the administration of criminal law, high, responsible, and sometimes very painful duties rest upon courts and juries, a responsibility in bearing which the head grows weary and the heart sometimes grows faint. But it is a responsibility which must be borne. We could not withdraw from it if we would, and should not if we could. We should extend to this defendant, as to all others charged with crime, the whole charities of the law, and all the presumptions of innocence. But if upon the evidence the mind is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty of this crime, it is your duty to the oaths you have taken, the country in which you live, by all that is sacred to the lives and peace of your community, and I may add, your duty to the defendant, painful though it may be, to declare him guilty. It is a duty in administering justice to remember mercy, but while remembering mercy, not to forget to administer justice. It would be indeed a mistaken sympathy if this defendant is clearly found guilty beyond any reasonable doubt, to acquit him and suffer him to go at large. The great master of poetry, I believe it is, has said that mercy murders pardoning crime. And the great philosopher Sully once said to the Emperor of France, when about to pardon a great murderer, "Remember," said he, "the guilt of the murder which he has already perpetrated is his. If you pardon him, the guilt of the next murder will be yours." The case is with the jury, who are the judges of the law and the fact. Upon the one hand, you are to extend to the prisoner every reasonable presumption of innocence, the benefit of every reasonable doubt, but upon the other, if satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of his guilt, public justice demands a conviction at your hands. The verdict and sentence. After an absence of about 20 minutes, the jury returned with a verdict of guilty, and the court adjourned to 8 o'clock, July 12th, to which time the sentence of the prisoner was deferred. July 12th. At 8 o'clock on Thursday morning, the prisoner was brought into court and received the following sentence: that he should be imprisoned at hard labor in the penitentiary at Waupun, during the period of his natural life, the first 20 days in each year commencing with his imprisonment, and the first 5 days in each of the months from October up to the first 5 days in June in each year in solitary confinement. The lynching. After Mayberry's arrest in Rockland, Illinois, he was brought to Janesville by the sheriff on a requisition by the governor of Wisconsin to the governor of Illinois and confined in jail there. The grand jury being in session, a true bill was at once found against him, and the trial began in a very few days. Yet in this short interval a mob collected 3 times with the intention of hanging him, but was each time persuaded to abandon the attempt. The treacherous character of the crime, his victim being murdered while suspicious of no danger, and while doing an act of kindness to the murderer, had thrilled the neighborhood with indignation and revenge, which was increased after his conviction by Mayberry's indifferent attitude during the trial. And on the night of his conviction, on his return to the jail, he laughed from his cell window at the crowd outside, made signs of defiance to them, and then ate his supper calmly and with a good appetite. But it was when they heard the sentence, viz., that his only punishment was to be confinement in a comfortable penitentiary for his life, with the chance of freedom in a few years should a sentimentalist chance to occupy the governor's chair, that the public anger became uncontrollable, increased certainly by the criticism of the state attorney in his speech to the jury on the Wisconsin law abolishing capital punishment. On the evening of the 11th, while Mayberry was passing from the courthouse to the jail after his conviction, a crowd filled the streets, and a man threw a noose over the prisoner's head. By a quick motion of his hand, aided by one of the constables, he flung aside the rope, and Sheriff Hoskins managed to land him safely in jail. The crowd was exasperated at the rescue, and many voices cried, "Break in the jail!" After a conference, a committee went to the jail with a written demand on the sheriff for the prisoner, which that officer promptly refused. Mayor DeMock and both of the state's council addressed the mob, but without avail. They refused to disperse, and the sheriff's force and a number of special policemen were on guard all night. On the morning of the 12th, when the prisoner was brought into court to receive his sentence, the mob was around the courthouse in great force, and its determination to take his life was very apparent. A large number of the people were armed, and they seemed to have their chosen leaders. The whole town seemed to be on one side, and it was difficult for the sheriff to procure any volunteers to aid him in maintaining the law. Judge Doolittle and Mr. Nogle addressed the crowd, but the speeches did not change its purpose, and 2 attempts were made to storm the courthouse, which were, however, repulsed. At 2 in the afternoon, the officers, believing that the mob had retired, determined to take Mayberry to the jail, which was only 100 yards away, and started, headed by Judge Doolittle. But no sooner had they left the courthouse doors than, on a signal, the people appeared before and around them. The officers were overpowered. The judge carefully but forcibly carried on one side, and the prisoner seized and dragged away. Mayberry fought hard, but he was knocked down and his clothes almost stripped from him, and a rope was then put around his neck, thrown over a bough of a tree, and he was hauled up by the crowd, where he hung until he was dead. The mob then dispersed, and the body was taken back to the courthouse. End of section 74.
Section 75 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Diana Sellick for the murder of Hetty Johnson, New York City, 1816, Part 1. The narrative. Diana Sellick was a slave in the state of New York in 1816. She had been for some time practically free, her master having liberated her informally, though not legally, and she was a servant in a New York family. She had a child which she kept at the house of Hetty Johnson, a free negress. One day in January, Diana came to this house with some liquid in a bowl, which she said was gin, and which she wanted Hetty to partake of, but the latter refused, saying, "You know I never drink any such thing." She replied, "If you won't, I'll drink it myself, and give some to the children." She put the bowl to her mouth, and then poured some out into a glass, and though Hetty called out to her not to do so, she gave 2 teaspoonfuls to the Johnson child, who was also named Hetty. She then left the house, and almost immediately both children began to vomit. Diana returned in a little while, and Hetty said, "You have made the children drunk," and was advised by Diana to go for the doctor. She did so, and while she was absent, Diana gave some more stuff to Hetty's child. The physicians, on examination, having decided that the child had been poisoned, Diana confessed that she had purchased some poison, adding, "I meant it for you, Hetty. I was possessed of the devil." The child, Hetty, died 4 days later. Diana, indicted for the murder of the child, was convicted and sentenced to be hanged, though a plea of insanity was put forward and there seemed to be no possible motive for the crime. 2 incidents in the trial are worthy of comment. A juror asked to be excused on the ground that he was conscientiously opposed to capital punishment and would, under no circumstances, render a verdict of guilty when the punishment was death. He was challenged by the people. The prisoner's counsel agreed that the only statutory ground for a challenge of this kind was that the juror was a Quaker, which the present one was not. But the court appointed the first 2 jurors sworn as triers, and the juror having testified that he would never agree to find the prisoner guilty, no matter what the evidence was, the triers, after argument by counsel and a charge from the judge, found that the juror was not indifferent, and the judge sustained the challenge. And in the course of the trial, a black was called as a witness, but it appearing that he was born a slave, though he had considered himself free for many years and had no master that he knew of or ever had claimed him, he was held to be incompetent to testify. The trial. In the court of Oyer and Terminer, City of New York, December 1816. William W. Van Ness, Judge, Jacob Ratcliffe, Mayor, Jonas Mapes, William Albertus, Alderman. December 19th. The prisoner was indicted for willful murder, committed on Hetty Johnson on the 14th day of January 1816 by mixing a certain poisonous substance commonly called white arsenic with gin and giving the same to the said Hetty Johnson with intent her the said Hetty Johnson to kill, murder, and destroy, and that after the said poison was so administered, the said Hetty Johnson died by reason of taking such poison. The prisoner, a black woman, was brought into the court wrapped in a blanket, trembling, and unable to support herself standing. She pleaded not guilty. Mr. Maxwell for the people, Mr. Price, and Mr. Emmett for the prisoner. James Palmer, on being called as a juror, said, "May it please the court, I object to serving on this jury. My objection rests on conscientious grounds." The court. Mr. Palmer, do you belong to the Society of Friends? No. May it please the court. The court. Mr. Palmer, this is a question that is to be determined by the law of the land. There is no exception in the statute which embraces your case. You are not exempt by law. Mr. Palmer, I may be forced on this jury, I may be imprisoned, but I shall never do a thing against the dictates of my own conscience. I have long considered the subject, and according to my own construction and belief of the New Testament, I think that no earthly tribunal has a right to take away the life of a human being. The more I have read the Scriptures, the more is this opinion confirmed, and I have long determined, and shall firmly adhere to that determination, that however clear and positive the testimony might be on behalf of the prosecution, I never would and never will agree to a verdict the consequence of which would be the death of a fellow being. Mr. Maxwell, I think it is my duty, as public prosecutor, to interpose a challenge to this juror for cause. The court. This challenge must be tried by the 2 first jurors called and sworn. The oath is, quote, "You shall well and truly try the matter of challenge whether James Palmer stands indifferent between the people of the state of New York and Diana Sellick, the prisoner at the bar, and a true verdict given according to evidence." End quote. The first 2 jurors were accordingly sworn as triers, and James Palmer was sworn and testified in substance before the triers to the same matters which formed the ground of objection against himself, declaring further that even in this case, had the prisoner made a full and ample confession of her guilt, he never would agree to find her guilty. Mr. Maxwell, On general principles, the juror called cannot be considered as indifferent between the people and the prisoner, and ought, therefore, to be set aside. Since the ancient doctrine of attaint has become obsolete, no person was responsible for the verdict which he might render, and the inevitable consequence of suffering this juror to sit in this case would be the acquittal of the prisoner. Mr. Price: The ground of objection to this juror was novel and very extraordinary. The court and jurors will perceive that the juror had set up his own private opinion against the law of the land, and should the objection be held valid by the triers, the consequence might be that every man called as a juror in case of life and death would have it in his power to claim an exemption not warranted by law. An objection founded on individual prejudice, which has not been made the subject of statutory exemption or regulation, ought not to prevail. The legislature had exempted one society of people only from serving as jurors in case of life and death, and the triers could not assume the cognizance of extending that exemption to an individual which was denied him by the provisions of law. The Court to the triers: Gentlemen, James Palmer has been called as a juror on this occasion, and on being sworn has stated that in no case, however clear and positive the testimony might be, would he render a verdict the consequence of which would be the death of a human being. This opinion, he states, is founded on conscientious scruples arising from his construction of the New Testament. Mr. Palmer has appeared before you and appears to be a sincere, respectable man, and there is no reason before us to induce the belief that he has resorted to this as a pretense. On this state of facts, the question arises for your determination whether the evidence before you is such as satisfies your minds that Mr. Palmer stands indifferent between the government and the prisoner at the bar. The counsel for the prisoner have argued that this juror is not exempted by law from serving on this jury, and that an objection professedly founded on the private opinion of an individual, not recognized by any statutory provision, ought not to be held valid. There is, I must confess, some force in this argument, but I am unable to see how it can affect the sole question which you are to try, to which I have called your attention. Were this an objection on behalf of the juror merely, then the argument would be conclusive. But on this occasion the government has interposed a challenge, and the right of challenge to the favor, as between the government and the prisoner, is reciprocal. I think that, although this juror is not exempted by law from serving, yet regarding the right of the government, the reason why he should not serve is as strong as if he, in truth, belonged to the Society of Friends. I will put a case for illustration. Suppose a civil cause was to be tried, in which the sole defense was usury, and a juror should be called who should declare on oath that, considering the statute of usury inexpedient and wrong, on principle, he had firmly determined never to render a verdict in favor of the provisions of that statute, however clear and positive the testimony of usury might be. Though the law had not exempted such juror from serving, yet ought not a challenge for favor, made by the defendant, who sought in that trial to set aside an usurious contract or transaction, be sufficient to prevail? I therefore think that the challenge on behalf of the prosecution is valid, and ought to prevail. It is unfortunate, gentlemen, that such an opinion as that entertained by Mr. Palmer on this subject should exist in the mind of any person in the community. That is not my opinion. I believe that every government has a right to protect the community against the murderer by inflicting the punishment of death. Nay, I believe it strictly conformable to the law of God. This is not my opinion merely, but that of a large majority of mankind and many of the ablest jurists. The triers retired, and in a few minutes returned with a verdict in favor of the challenge. Palmer was thereupon set aside as a juror. Mr. Maxwell opened the case for the prosecution. He stated that he expected to show, by positive testimony and by the confession of the prisoner, regularly taken in police, that she committed the murder by the means laid in the indictment. End of section 75. Read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 4th, 2023. Section 76 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Diana Sellick for the murder of Hetty Johnson, New York City, 1816, Part 2. Witnesses for the People. Hetty Johnson, a black woman. In January last, Diana Sellick lived with Mrs. Bailey of Dyer Street, and Diana had put her child with me to board on Christmas before. On Thursday, 5th of January, prisoner came to my house with some liquor in a white bowl, which she said was gin, and asked me to drink. Told her I did not want any, and she said she would put some sugar in it which would make it better. She offered it to me again, and I refused to drink, saying to her, "You know I never drink any such thing." She then said, "If you will not drink it, I will drink it myself and give it to the children." She put the liquor to her own mouth, and turning some out in a glass, gave some from the glass to her own child. How much either of them drank I cannot say, as I was about my work. My child, then about a year old, was at the door, and I charged the prisoner not to give my child any of the liquor, but she took out 2 teaspoonfuls from the bottom and gave to my child. Prisoner then went out to go to Mrs. Bailey's, and while she was gone her own child was first taken sick and fell into an empty kettle. I took it up in my lap, and it vomited very much. My child was also taken sick a short time afterwards, and when prisoner came back, I told her she had come in a good time, for both the children were drunk. Prisoner told me to go for Dr. Fowler, went to my husband, and told him to go for Dr. Walters. When I got back to the house, found the prisoner there, took my child in my lap and wiped its mouth, and round the mouth saw something was dry, which the prisoner had given her while I was gone. The Court. You must state nothing but what you know yourself. How do you know the prisoner had given the child anything while you were absent? Johnson. She must have given the child poison while I was gone. No grown person besides was left there. I looked into the fire and saw the remains or shadow of a paper which had been burned. I looked on the mantelpiece and saw some white stuff scattered, which came out of the paper when she mixed it. The Court. How long after you returned did you see the white stuff on the mantelpiece? Johnson. About half an hour, but before this I asked her what she had given the child, and she answered nothing. Dr. Walters came, and seeing both the children sick, said they were poisoned. In the morning I told prisoner that the poison must have been in the liquor which she gave the children. She said it must have been in the measure in which the liquor was drawn at Mr. Disbrow's. My husband then went to Disbrow's, and when he returned he told prisoner that Disbrow's measures were clean, and she then told him that she must have made a mistake in the bowl which she got at Mrs. Bailey's, as she had one standing with ratsbane mixed to kill rats. My husband then went to Mrs. Bailey's, and was directed by her to go to Dr. Walters, and make inquiry whether the prisoner had not purchased poison at his store, and when he returned he told her that Dr. Walters had said that she purchased poison at his store. The prisoner then confessed that she had bought 6 pence worth of ratsbane at Dr. Walters for me. She said to me, "I meant it for you. I was possessed with the devil." She threw her arms around my neck and begged me to go down with her to the police and clear her, to which I answered that I could do no such thing. The Court. What was the situation of your child? Johnson. Very sick, and puked almost continually. Its only cry was for water. The roof of the mouth was much eaten by the poison, and it lay in this dreadful condition until Monday morning, when it died. Cross-examined. Was married to Johnson in June or July last. The child that died was between 2 and 3 years old. Have had 5 children, but was never married before I married Johnson. When the prisoner came at the time she brought the bowl of poison, she had her clothes, which she had brought from Mrs. Bailey's, and said, "Mrs. Bailey and myself have cleared out." The Court: How much gin was there in the bowl at the time she brought it to your house? Do not know certain. Think there was about a gill. It was a half-pint bowl. The Court: Are you certain that she gave the liquor to her own child out of the glass? Am pretty sure that she did, and then to mine in a teaspoon. First, her child was much sicker than mine. On the day the poison was given, prisoner told me that she was sick at her stomach and went out of doors, as she said, and vomited. Never had a quarrel or any difficulty with the prisoner, and she always appeared to me very fond of her child. Had been in the habit of taking small children to board, which was the reason that I took hers. She used often to come to my house to see her child. James Seaman: Cannot say that I ever saw the prisoner before, but remember that sometime after New Year's, in the middle of the day, a black woman came into an apothecary's store in which I was concerned, and asked a young lad who attended the store for 3 cents worth of ratsbane or arsenic. The lad told her that was a smaller quantity than we were accustomed to sell, and she then asked for 6 pence worth, which was put up and delivered to her. No questions were asked of her. Dr. D. Walters: Some time about a year ago, on a Thursday, I was crossing Dyer Street when Johnson requested me to go to his house to see 2 children who were sick. Went to the house and found 2 women, one of whom was called Johnson's wife, and 2 children, both of which were retching and vomiting. Suspected that they had taken something of a poisonous nature. Inquired, and Johnson's wife told me they had only been taking a gin sling. Every appearance and symptom indicated that they had taken arsenic. Thought I discovered in the matter voided from the stomach of Johnson's child that she had taken arsenic not in a state of solution. Arsenic is a white powder, and will operate in 20, sometimes in 10 minutes. Vomiting and retching are some of the most obvious symptoms. Told them that the children had taken poison, and prescribed something. Being too unwell to attend, told them that they had better get someone else to attend, and left them. Benjamin Johnson, a black. Mr. Emmett: Have you ever been a slave? Yes, but I am now free. Mr. Emmett: How did you become free? Mrs. Alexander purchased me of Mr. Curtis, and I lived with this lady after her marriage with Mr. Jacks. She always told me that after her death I should be free, and that Mr. Jacks had nothing to do with me. After her death I became free and left the house. I have often seen Mr. Jacks since, and he spoke very friendly to me, and has never made any claim of me. Mr. Emmett: Have you any manumission paper? I have not. Mr. Emmett: May it please the court, we object to the testimony of Johnson. He is the slave of Jacks. The court: Mr. Maxwell, you had better go on with other testimony and let this witness stand aside for the present. James Warner: Am a police magistrate. This prisoner's testimony was taken before me in the police office on the 5th day of January last. She was in custody when she came there. The examination was perfectly voluntary on her, and she appeared rational. Mr. Maxwell proposed to read the examination. Mr. Emmett: Can the examination be read before it is shown on behalf of the prosecution that the killing was occasioned by the means laid in the indictment? It appears that the child languished 4 days and then died, but whether by means of the poison is not shown. In a prosecution for this offense, before the examination is read, a regular foundation should be laid. The court: I think in this case that a sufficient foundation has been laid to entitle the public prosecutor to read the examination. The child was well on Thursday, was taken sick, and every symptom attending taking poison, and died on the Monday following. The examination was then read in evidence and contained a full and ample confession of the murder, stating that the prisoner, being in liquor and possessed by the devil, went to a druggist and got 6 pence worth of arsenic, which she mixed with gin in a bowl, that she knew not what she did. Sarah Bailey: Prisoner lived with me as a servant in the beginning of January last. Turned her away, for she was intemperate. Saw her about 2 hours after she had given ratsbane to the child, and she then denied that she had given the child anything. She told me that she had taken a bowl out of my kitchen in which to get gin. About 3 or 4 weeks before she came to my house, I had some ratsbane in my house, which I mixed in meal and put in the cellar for rats. Am sure during the time she was there was no ratsbane used in my house for rats. Never discovered anything, either in the conduct or conversation of the prisoner while in my house, to induce me to suspect her of being insane. The Court. Mr. Maxwell, I have considered the matter, and am not inclined, in a case of life and death, to admit the testimony of Benjamin Johnson. Mrs. Alexander, while she was the wife of Jacques, owned and had possession of the black man, promising him that on her decease he should be free. She died, and the slave then assumed his freedom, and Jacques, since that time, has not claimed the services of the black man. He has no manumission paper, though in effect he may be free, yet in contemplation of law, during coverture, the personal property of the wife vests in the husband. He has a right to dispose of this property, and exercise the right of ownership over the same. On her decease this right still survives, and in this case, though he hath not claimed, he hath still the right to claim the services of Johnson. Mr. Hone. Legally, I suppose prisoner is my slave. Purchased her in 1807, and told her that in 1819 I would free her. Though she was an excellent servant at times, and particularly fond of children, yet she was restless and unsteady. She was at times flighty, which became a subject of serious conversation in the family. I liberated and discharged her, and when she went away, the understanding was that she was to work in other families and pay for her time. But I never calculated that she would pay anything, and had never any idea of claiming her services. After she had left the family some time, she returned, but we refused to receive her, have long since relinquished all claim, and am willing to execute a formal manumission. A paper for this purpose was then drawn up by Price and executed by Hone. Dr. Walters recalled. Arsenic is sold for 1 shilling and 6 an ounce, and 1/3 of that quantity could not be dissolved in a gill of gin. That would not dissolve more than 1 drachm of arsenic, which is difficult to dissolve in that liquor. 1 grain of arsenic will prove fatal. Believe that 2 teaspoonfuls of the liquor, containing merely that proportion of the quantity of arsenic which could be dissolved in a gill of gin, would produce death. Hetty Johnson recalled. The prisoner gave my child 2 teaspoonfuls of that which I thought to be sugar from the bottom. Mr. Emmett. I submit the question, whether in the absence of all testimony on behalf of the prisoner, when she has not called a single witness, whether the public prosecutor has a right to sum up evidence to the jury. This has been, and I think is now, the practice in England. The Court. Mr. Emmett, a different practice has prevailed in this state ever since I can remember. Witnesses for the defense. Nehemiah Allen. Prisoner's child recovered after taking the poison. It used to be brought to its mother at Bridewell, of which I was keeper. She appeared to be very fond of the child. The judge's charge. Van Ness, J., Gentleman of the Jury. The prisoner at the bar is on trial before you for one of the highest crimes in our law. Should she be found guilty, she must be sentenced to suffer the punishment of death. But whether she will actually be executed or not is not the business of the present inquiry. The grand inquiry to which every other question in the case is merely subordinate is, did the prisoner commit the murder? I am aware of the feelings which pervade the bosoms of men of sensibility, sworn as jurors to decide a case of this nature, according to the evidence before them. The juror, penetrated with those benign sentiments of humanity, cherished in our enlightened age, and which dignify our criminal code, approaches to the discharge of his duty with a trembling solicitude. He feels that the life of a fellow being awaits the result of his determination, and he therefore proceeds with doubt and hesitation and fear. But whatever may be your feelings on this occasion, it is my duty to charge you to summon all your fortitude, and boldly march forward to the discharge of that duty which has devolved upon you. Where murder has been committed, a public justice imperiously requires satisfaction at your hands. The first preliminary fact in the case, to which I shall call your attention, and of which you must be perfectly satisfied before you can find the prisoner guilty, is that the child died by means of the poison administered. This forms a substantial part of the case on behalf of the prosecution, the proof of which should be clear and unequivocal. It has been contended by the counsel for the prisoner that no apparent motive existed in the mind of the prisoner to commit the act, and that there is no evidence on behalf of the prosecution that the commission of the act was the result of premeditation. It is true, gentlemen, you must not only be satisfied the prisoner committed the act, but that it was done with malice aforethought. On this head, therefore, I shall briefly explain the nature of this malice, which the law requires as one of the principal ingredients to constitute murder. Malice, as applicable to this crime, is either express or implied in the law. Express, when antecedent grudges or menaces of vengeance made by a prisoner have preceded the perpetration of a murder, conclusively proved and brought home to him. Implied, where a homicide is committed by a man with a deadly weapon and without any assignable or known motive. In such case, the implication of malice necessarily flows from the act. In this case, it is true, we are unable to discover any apparent motive which operated on the mind of the prisoner to induce the commission of murder. But should you, nevertheless, be satisfied from the evidence that she administered the poison and that the child died by reason thereof, in the mode stated in the indictment, you will be justified in finding her guilty in the absence of all motive. The evidence in the case applicable to this branch of the subject is that the child was well on Thursday, when she took the poison, when she had all the symptoms incident to those who take the species of poison administered. She continued languishing in that situation until Monday morning, when she died. The prisoner purchased the arsenic, and you have her confession as to the mode in which it was administered. Dr. Walters, in his testimony, tells you that the quantity given was sufficient to produce the effect which followed, even had that quantity contained in the spoon consisted merely of the proportion of the arsenic dissolved. On this state of facts, the true question is, can you believe the child died by any other means than those laid in the indictment? In human tribunals, to judge and determine, we must necessarily be governed by human testimony. I declare that on this point, the evidence in this case has produced an entire conviction in my mind, but still, gentlemen, you must decide this question for yourselves. Should you believe that the death of the child was occasioned by the poison, the next question for your consideration is whether the killing was perpetrated willfully, or in other words, whether the act of poisoning the child was the result of insanity. This ground of defense has been assumed by the counsel for the prisoner and strenuously urged in her behalf. They have urged to the jury that in the absence of motive for committing this offense, the jurors might and ought to attribute the act to insanity from the evidence before them. With regard to this ground of defense, gentlemen, I must speak my mind freely and impart to you my honest conviction. Insanity is a defense often resorted to, and in most cases, when every other ground of defense has failed. From its nature, it ought to be received in all cases by the jurors with the greatest degree of caution and circumspection. But in a case where poison has been administered, poison, which is of that insidious nature that the domicile of the citizen can afford no security against its introduction by servants and domestics, the evidence of insanity should not only be conclusive, but overwhelming. In my view, such a defense, in such a case, ought to be scrutinized by the jury with no ordinary degree of caution. It does not follow by any legitimate rule of reasoning that because we are unable to penetrate the motive which induced the act, that we are therefore to attribute the act to insanity. In her examination, she says she was possessed of the devil and knew not what she did. Can we reasonably look for any other motive than that laid in the indictment? The positive testimony in the case, independent of the examination, is that of Hester Johnson. She appeared before you, and from her own statement concerning herself, it appears that her conduct has been immoral. Standing alone, unsupported by other testimony, I should say that the testimony of such a witness in a case like the present would be insufficient to produce a conviction. Still, if upon examination it should be found that her relation is consistent within itself and fortified by the testimony of others, then it is entitled to credit. This witness has not sworn to a single material fact which is not testified to by other witnesses or confessed by the prisoner. There is a striking coincidence between the testimony of this woman and the examination of the prisoner concerning the mode in which the poison was administered. The only difference between the testimony of Hester Johnson and the examination is that the witness states that the poison was given by the prisoner to her own child in the glass, but the examination states it to have been given in a spoon. This difference, in my opinion, is rather an evidence of the correctness of the testimony. Had the coincidence been complete, there might have been room left to suspect that the witness had been guided in her testimony rather by the instruction of others, from whom she had learnt the story, than from her own knowledge of the circumstances. Besides, there is a strong reason in the case to induce the belief that in this point Hester Johnson is correct. For should we suppose, as the complexion of the case I think will justly warrant, that the prisoner on this occasion resorted to an artifice by taking the liquor herself and giving it to her own child to induce the other woman to partake, the prisoner would naturally give her own child the liquor in that state from which the least danger could be apprehended. There is one circumstance wherein there is a striking coincidence between the examination and the testimony of this witness. The witness states that on her return, after she had sent her husband for the doctor, she saw in the fire the remains or shadow of a paper which had been burned. And the prisoner states that when she mixed the poison, she threw the paper into the fireplace. Mrs. Bailey's testimony is of little bearing in the case, except, as far as it goes, it repels every idea that the prisoner was insane. This ground of defense, gentlemen, I must confess, appears to me utterly untenable. On the whole, gentlemen, if, after a patient deliberation, you can bring your minds to a rational doubt on the question whether the death of the child was occasioned by the poison, or should you be fully convinced, from the testimony before you, that at the time the prisoner committed the act she was insane, it will, in either case, be your duty to acquit. But if, on the other hand, after carefully examining and weighing all the facts and circumstances of the case, you should believe that the prisoner willfully and wickedly perpetrated this act, and that the death was the effect of the poison administered, you are bound to pronounce the prisoner guilty. The verdict and sentence. The jury returned a verdict of guilty. Van Ness, J. From the evidence in the cause, there remains not a doubt of your guilt. You have been assisted by able counsel, who faithfully discharged their duty. But after the most minute and patient investigation, it appears satisfactorily from all the facts and circumstances in the case that your conduct in administering the poison was the result of a cunning artifice. Having addressed you so far as a magistrate, I shall speak to you now as a man. I exhort you earnestly to prepare for a never-ending eternity. Your only remaining hope is in and through the merits and intercession of Jesus Christ, to whom you should apply for pardon. During your short stay in this life, you shall, I promise you, be visited by divines to counsel and instruct you concerning your eternal welfare. The sentence of the law is that you be taken from hence to the prison, and on Friday, the 18th of April next, from thence to the place of execution, where you shall be hanged by the neck until dead. End of section 76, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 5th, 2023.
Section 77 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Fournier, Sandia Park, New Mexico. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Charles Gill for opening another person's letter. New York City, 1818. The narrative. Charles Gill, living in New York City, had a creditor in England who was pursuing him. Anxious to know what proceedings were going to be taken against him, Gill intercepts the correspondence between the Englishman and his American agent, gets hold of the letters, breaks the seals, reads them, and then boasts to his friends that he has outwitted his creditor. He was convicted of a misdemeanor, the judge telling the jury that breaking a seal and opening a private letter is an offense not to be tolerated. His counsel on the trial vainly endeavored to show the court that it was not a matter for the state courts to handle, but belonged exclusively to the United States court. The trial. In the Court of General Sessions for the City of New York, May 1818. Honorable Cadwallader D. Colden, Mayor. Honorable Richard Rottger, Recorder. A. L. Underhill and Arthur Burtis, Alderman. May 4. During the last term, defendant was indicted for a misdemeanor at common law. The indictment consisted of 6 counts, the 2 first of which alleged, in effect, that the defendant, being an evil-disposed and mischief-making person, and the interceptor of other people's letters, and intending to vex and impoverish one Charles Rumley, and to pry into his private affairs, and to disclose his private correspondence, on the 1st day of October, 1817, at the city and county of New York, did assume the name of Rumley for the purpose of obtaining from the clerk of the General Post Office in said city a certain private sealed letter, written by some person, to the jurors unknown, and directed to Rumley, that by means of such device the defendant obtained such letter, broke its seal, and read and disclosed the contents, to the great damage, etc. The second count was for personating Rumley, and by that means obtaining such letter. The third and fourth counts charged the defendant with having assumed the name of one William Tapling and personating him, with the intent of prying into his private correspondence by letter with one William Shepherd, and by that means obtaining from the post office a certain letter written by Shepherd to Tapling, directed to the said care of said Charles Rumley. Hugh Maxwell, District Attorney for the People. Mr. Price for the defendant. Mr. Price. This is a federal and not a state offense. Section 8 of the Constitution of the United States delegates to Congress power of establishing post offices and post roads, and authorizes that body to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the aforesaid powers, and all other powers vested in the government of the United States. Congress, by virtue of the powers so delegated to them, had passed an act, rendering it penal to commit the offense set forth in this indictment. It has assumed a jurisdiction over the subject matter, and that jurisdiction is exclusive. Should the defendant be convicted on this indictment, he could not plead this in bar to a subsequent prosecution under the laws of the United States. In cases of patents and in treason, the federal courts have an exclusive jurisdiction, which the state courts have never assumed. Mr. Maxwell. We admitted that the courts of the United States, by the provisions of the statute, had jurisdiction over offenses of the nature set forth in this indictment, but contend that it does not follow that their jurisdiction is exclusive. This was an offense at common law and existed prior to the passing of the Act. As such, this court had a right to maintain cognizance thereof. Congress has a right, by the Constitution, to pass laws in relation to the public securities and coin of the United States, and yet a prosecution for the forgery of bank bills of the United States, or for counterfeiting their coin, may be maintained in the state courts. so also a nuisance maintained on public post roads may be removed through the interposition of any court having cognizance of common law offenses. There is a law of the United States against sinking a ship at sea, and yet a prosecution in this court was maintained for a conspiracy to effect that object. But it is questionable whether the statute of the United States contemplates the offense set forth in this indictment. The charge is that defendant assumed the name and personated another for the purpose of prying into his business, an offense clearly cognizable by the common law and not within the statute of the United States. It cannot be denied but that the prosecutor, for an injury of this nature, if he had suffered damage, might maintain a civil action. But if the United States have exclusive criminal jurisdiction over the offense, for a stronger reason, their jurisdiction ought to be exclusive in a civil point of view, which is absurd. The recorder adverted to several cases, concerning which the Constitution had delegated to Congress the power of passing laws, but over which the state courts, notwithstanding, had jurisdiction. Congress had a right to establish a national bank, and yet a forgery, committed in relation to United States paper, was punishable in the state courts. This had been decided in the Supreme Court. The offense laid in this indictment is a misdemeanor at common law, and the judgment of the court on this plea is that the defendant answer. May 6. The prisoner having pleaded not guilty, the cause came on for trial today before a jury. Mr. Maxwell. The defendant formerly resided in London, and having become embarrassed in his affairs, embarked for this country, leaving his family, consisting of a wife and 3 children, in England. Thomas Shepherd of London was one of the creditors of the defendant to a considerable amount, and before he removed, was on very intimate terms with defendant, insomuch that in the absence of each other, they were in the habit of opening and reading each other's letters. To what period, prior to the removal of the defendant to this country, this intimacy continued, did not appear, but from the tenor and complexion of one of the letters written by Shepherd, directed to the care of Rumley, it appeared that the feelings of Shepherd were decidedly hostile towards defendant. On August 12th, 1817, Shepherd wrote a letter to William Tapling in this country, directed on the back, Mr. William Tapling, Mr. Charles Rumney, leather japanner, near the Horse Ferry, Brooklyn, near New York, America. The letter having been put on board a ship was brought to this city, and the post office, the postmark being 17th October. In the letter, the writer informed Tapling that he had written Charles by the Venus, but fearing the letter might miscarry, he, Shepherd, writes to inform Tapling of his, Gill's, tricks. The writer further states that he had written in his former letter to Tapling, by no means to inform Gill of the writer's intention of coming out to America, as in that case, Gill would be off to prevent seeing him. The writer proceeds to inform his correspondent that Gill has wronged him out of nearly £1,000 previous to his removal from England, under the pretense of sending him the money from this country, but that Gill had not, in any of his letters, even mentioned the writer's name. The writer then advises his correspondent to behave to Gill as if he, Tapling, had not received that letter, and also, if possible, to get in Gill's debt about £200, because, by reason of some bills, for the payment of which Tapling was responsible, and which the writer had endorsed before he left England, for the benefit of Gill, he would owe Tapling that sum. This letter was otherwise written with considerable acrimony against Gill, and in several places the writer calls him a thief. These letters were in October last taken by the defendant out of the post office, carried by him to the Battery, the seals broke and read by him. He had alluded to the taking, and was much elated at his exploit, and said he had out-generaled them. The witnesses. Charles Rumley. In the month of March last, I ascertained the above facts, in substance, about the letter from Germany. A post office clerk called on defendant and accused him of intercepting the letters. He at first denied it, but afterwards admitted the fact, but refused to deliver the letters, one of which he acknowledged he had sent back to Shepherd. At the time of the reception of the letters, I resided in Babylon, on Long Island, a fact with which the defendant was acquainted. Allen Peacock. I was present when Gill brought the letters from the post office, when he said of Rumley, "Oh, the rascal, I've found him out." The defense was principally put on the ground that on the 27th of July, 1817, Gill's family embarked on board a ship for this country, that the vessel did not arrive in this city until the 27th of October following, and that being very solicitous for the fate of his family, and knowing of the arrival of these letters from his friend Shepherd, he intercepted them, under the expectation that they contained information touching his family. The Recorder to the jury. The breaking a seal and opening a private letter is an offense which ought never to be tolerated in this country except in some very peculiar cases. A confidential clerk, entrusted with the business of his principal in his absence, might be supposed, in breaking open his letters, to act under an actual or implied license. In cases of war or other public calamity, letters may be intercepted for the purpose of detecting and defeating the designs of an enemy. Or even in times of peace, the police may cause private letters to be broken open. The principal ground of defense, which has been stated to you, is no excuse, inasmuch as Gill neglected, and afterwards, when called on by Rumley, refused to deliver the letter, having returned the other to Shepherd. Defendant, according to the evidence, stands before the court and jury without excuse, and the offense of which he is charged strikes at the root, as well of the most important concerns, as of the most enduring relations in society. The jury returned a verdict of guilty, and the prisoner was fined $50 and costs. End of section 77. Section 78 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Fournier, Sandia Park, New Mexico. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thaddeus P. French for larceny, Boston, Massachusetts, 1827. The narrative. A boy of 13 was tried in a Boston court for stealing a watch from the proprietor of a pie shop in that city, but it appeared on the trial that the owner and proprietor had sold him and his companion, a boy about the same age, not only cakes and cigars, but likewise a concoction quite intoxicating, known as Tom and Jerry. The judge told the jury that, while in the case of adults, indulgence in strong drink was an aggravation rather than an excuse for crime committed under its influence, in the case of a youth, it might very well produce temporary insanity. They took this view, and the youth was acquitted. The trial. In the Municipal Court of Boston, March 1827, Honorable Peter O. Thatcher, Judge. The prisoner was indicted for stealing from the shop of one McLenathan, a watch belonging to him. He pleaded not guilty. Mr. Austin for the Commonwealth, Mr. A. Moore for the prisoner. The evidence. Harvey McLenathan. Prisoner and a boy named Curtis Wilder, both about 13 years old, came to my shop on Purchase Street 2 times. It was Saturday evening, February 17th. I keep a pie shop. The second time, French bought a cigar, and Wilder a cake of gingerbread. While they were there, I looked at my watch and hung it over my desk near the door. The boys went out, and in a little while, Wilder came back for another cake. He did not come further than the door. A little after, I missed my watch and suspected the boys. Went to French's home and charged him with stealing it. He denied the fact. Next morning, French told me that Alfred Johnson, another lad, had, and Johnson was taken with the watch, and he, French, and Wilder were carried before the police court, where, upon examination, Johnson and Wilder were discharged, and French was committed for trial. Curtis Wilder knew nothing of the taking of the watch till French showed it to me as we were going from McLenithan's shop that evening to a book auction in Broad Street. Alfred Johnson, French, and myself came Saturday evening to a cellar where I was. French took me aside and told me that he had taken the watch. Advised him to return it to the owner. He got it into his possession with the intention of returning it to the owner the next morning. Mary Miriam resided in the family of the father of prisoner. The evening it occurred, Thaddeus appeared to be intoxicated with liquor, and under a derangement of his intellect, which I imputed to liquor. Harvey McLenithan, recalled. When the boys first came to my shop, I sold them 3 cents worth of Tom and Jerry, which they drank there. Mr. Moore. What was the composition of that drink? I don't want to say. It is my secret. Thatcher, Judge. It is a proper question, witness, and you must answer it. Harvey McLenithan. The liquor was composed of eggs and sugar, beaten together with allspice, nutmeg, and saleratus, to which was added a portion of rum and brandy. I sold this composition to all who wanted it, children as well as men. It is usually sold in shops similar to my own. Thatcher, Judge, to the jury. If you believe that the prisoner has been put into a state of mental derangement by drinking the noxious liquors and smoking the cigar which the prosecutor sold to him at the time, and committed the act while in this condition, it will be your duty to acquit him of the charge. It is an immoral act in the prosecutor to sell to these children such a vile composition, and it might well have happened that the combined influence of the liquor and cigar on a child of so tender years would produce a temporary insanity. This case essentially differs from that where a crime is committed by a person who, by a free indulgence of strong liquors, has at the time voluntarily deprived himself of his reason. By the policy of the law, this rather enhances the offense. It was, however, an excuse constantly offered by offenders, and it is certainly true that but few crimes are committed by persons who are habitually temperate in the use of ardent spirits. The jury returned a verdict of acquittal, and after an admonition from the court, the prisoner was discharged. End of section 78.
Section 79 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Alexander Arbuthnot for inciting Indians to war, Florida, 1818, Part 1. The narrative. The Seminoles were a nation of Florida Indians, implacable enemies of the United States, who, during the War of 1812 with Great Britain, aided our enemy in their southern operations. Even after the conclusion of peace, they, with a band of runaway Negroes from Georgia and South Carolina, harassed the American settlers on the borders of Florida, which belonged to Spain, which culminated in a massacre of settlers and soldiers at Fort Scott. news of the act reaching Washington, General Andrew Jackson was ordered to the front to take command of our forces. Jackson, with his habitual promptness, energy, and self-reliance, marched at once to the scene, entered the Spanish territory, and after hanging 2 Indian chiefs who fell into his hands, marched from St. Mark's to Suwanee, the town of the Seminole chief, Bowleg, or Bowlegs, over 100 miles distant, and reached only by a toilsome march through a swampy country. But when he reached there, he found that the foe had by some means been forewarned, and had conveyed their women and children to a place of safety, and the braves disappeared into the forest as the American troops appeared on the scene. Their escape angered Old Hickory greatly, and he returned to St. Mark's, disappointed at being cheated of his prey, and in a state of mind by no means amiable. Jackson found in the town 2 Englishmen, Alexander Arbuthnot and Robert C. Ambrister. Arbuthnot was of Scotch origin, 70 years old, a cool, reticent man who had been a trader among the Indians for many years, had established friendly relations with them for his own security and advantage in trade, and had exerted himself in their behalf in many quarters. Ambrister was 33, a nephew of the British governor of New Providence, an ex-lieutenant of British Marines, had formerly been in this country's service in Florida, and was now a sort of freelance, and a friend of the Indians. Jackson at once ordered the 2 Englishmen before a court-martial, presided over by General Gaines. Arbuthnot was tried first on 3 charges. 1. Inciting the Indians to war against the United States. 2. Being a spy and aiding the enemy. 3. Inciting the Indians to murder 2 white men. The evidence against him was that he had written one of the Indian chiefs, insisting that they were entitled by the Treaty of Ghent to the same territory they had before the war, and had warned the Indians of Jackson's approach. Footnotes. A position quite untenable, and probably taken from interested motives hostile to the United States. 3. Schuyler, History, U.S. 71. But his business in Florida was open and obvious. He had always advised the Indians to peace. Sumner, Andrew Jackson, 59. When he heard of Jackson's advance, he had written to his son, who was his agent at Bowleg's village, to carry the goods across the river. Through the letter, the Indians got warning in time to cross the river and effect their escape. His letter was not open to censure. Can traitors be executed if their information, not transmitted through the lines, frustrate military purposes? Sumner, 59. End of footnotes. Copies of letters from him were also produced, one of them containing an application to Bagot, the British minister, for his official interference on behalf of these late allies of the Crown. Another, a power of attorney to act for the Indians, and a discharged clerk testified that Arbuthnot had supplied the Indians with powder. Footnote. This testimony was probably perjured. 3 Schuyler 71. End of footnote. On the 3rd charge there was no evidence, and the old trader was at once acquitted of the charge of being a spy, and it was withdrawn. But 2/3 of the court declared him guilty of stirring up the Indians to war with the United States, and furnishing material aid, and sentenced him to be hanged, which sentence was promptly approved by General Jackson. Footnote. The general impression to be derived from all the proofs is that Arbuthnot was probably guilty, but that a reasonable doubt of his guilt nevertheless existed, such as should prevent a conviction under the familiar rules of our criminal law. 3 Schuyler 71. End of footnote. He was accordingly hanged the next morning, April 29th, from the yardarm of his own schooner, the Chance. He met his death with composure, declaring on the scaffold that his country would avenge his death. The trial. Footnote. Bibliography. The trials of A. Arbuthnot and R.C. Ambrister, charged with exciting the Seminole Indians to war against the United States of America, from the official documents which were laid by the President before Congress. London, printed for James Ridgway, Piccadilly, 1819. End of footnote. Before a special court-martial, Fort St. Mark, Florida, April 1818. Major General E.P. Gaines. Footnote. Gaines, Edmund Pendleton, 1777 to 1849. Born Culpeper County, Virginia. Appointed 2nd Lieutenant, U.S. Infantry, 1799. Captain, 1807. Resigned, 1811. Intending to practice law, but returned to the Army at the beginning of the War of 1812. Colonel, 1813. Brigadier General, 1814. Afterwards made Major General for distinguished services. General under Jackson in the war with the Seminoles. End of footnote. Colonel King, 4th Infantry. Colonel Williams, 10th Volunteers. Lieutenant Colonel Gibson, 10th Volunteers. Major Muhlenberg, 4th Infantry. Major Montgomery, 7th Infantry. Captain Vachon, 7th Infantry. Colonel Dyer, 10th Volunteers. Lieutenant Colonel Lindsay, Commander Army. Lieutenant Colonel Elliott, 10th Volunteers. Major Fanning, Commander Army. Major Minton, Georgia Militia. Captain Crittenden, Kentucky Volunteers. Lieutenant J. M. Glassell, 7th Infantry Recorder. April 26th. Early in the morning of this day, by an order from the office of the Adjutant General, Robert Butler, issued by Major General Andrew Jackson, the above officers were directed to assemble at noon and to sit without regard to hours for the purpose of investigating charges exhibited against A. Arbuthnot, Robert Christie Ambrister, and such others who are similarly situate as may be brought before it. Footnote. Jackson Andrew, 1767 to 1845, born North Carolina, studied law 1784, public prosecutor, Nashville, Tennessee, 1788, member Constitutional Convention of Tennessee, 1796, member of Congress, 1796, United States Senator, 1798, Judge Supreme Court, Tennessee, 1798 to 1804. Nothing is known of his conduct in this position. No records or decisions of the court from that period remain. Sumner's Andrew Jackson, 14. Major General Volunteers, 1801. Trustee, Nashville Academy, 1793. Private citizen, planter and storekeeper, 1804 to 1811. General in war against the Creek Indians, 1813. Victor over British in Battle of New Orleans, 1815. Victor in Seminole War, 1818. Governor of Florida, 1821. Defeated by Adams for President of the United States, 1825. Elected President of the United States, 1828. Re-elected, 1832. End of footnote. The court will record all the documents and testimony in the several cases, and their opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the prisoners, and what punishment, if any, should be inflicted. The court convened pursuant to the foregoing order, and were duly sworn, the prisoner being asked if he had any objections to any member thereof. Replied in the negative. The following charges and specifications were read, viz., Charge 1. Exciting and stirring up the Creek Indians to war against the United States and her citizens. He, A. Arbuthnot, being a subject of Great Britain, with whom the United States are at peace. Specification, that the said A. Arbuthnot, between the months of April and July, or sometime in June 1817, wrote a letter to the little prince, exhorting and advising him not to comply with the Treaty of Fort Jackson, stating that the citizens of the United States were infringing on the Treaty of Ghent, and, as he believed, without the knowledge of the Chief Magistrate of the United States, and advising the Upper and Lower Creeks to unite and be friendly, stating that W. Hambly was the cause of their disputes, also advising the Little Prince to write to the Governor of New Providence, who would write to His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, through whom the United States would be called to a compliance with the Treaty of Ghent, and advising them not to give up their lands under the Treaty of Fort Jackson, or that the American citizens would be compelled to give up to them all their lands under the Treaty of Ghent. Charge 2. Acting as a spy and aiding, abetting, and comforting the enemy, supplying them with the means of war. Specification first. In writing a letter from the fort of St. Mark, dated 2nd of April 1818 to his son John, at Sawnwanee, marked A, detailing the advance of the army under General Jackson, stating their force, probable movements, and intentions to be communicated to Bowlegs, the chief of the Suwannee towns, for his government. Specification second. In writing the letters marked B, without date, and C, with enclosures, 27th January 1818, and D called A Note of Indian Talks, and E, without date, applying to the British government through Governor Cameron for munitions of war and assistance for our enemies, making false representations, and also applying to Mr. Bagot, British ambassador, for his interference with a statement on the back of one of the letters of munitions of war for the enemy. Charge 3. Exciting the Indians to murder and destroy William Hambly and Edmund Doyle, and causing their arrest, with a view to their condemnation to death and the seizure of their property, on account of their active and zealous exertions to maintain peace between Spain, the United States, and the Indians, they being citizens of the Spanish government. Specification. In writing the letters marked F, dated 26th August 1817, G, dated 13th May 1817, and H, threatening them with death, alleging against them false and infamous charges, and using every means in his power to procure their arrest. All which writings and sayings excited, and had a tendency to excite, the Negroes and Indians to acts of hostility against the United States. The prisoner pleaded not guilty. The evidence. John Winslet. Some time before last August, the Little Prince received a letter signed by a Mr. Arbuthnot, advising the upper part of the nation to unite with the lower chiefs in amity, and stating the best mode to repossess themselves of their lands would be to write to him, Arbuthnot, and he would send their complaints to the Governor of Providence, whence it would be forwarded to His Britannic Majesty, and he would have the terms of the Treaty of Ghent attended to. He also said that the encroachments on the Indian lands were unknown to the President of the United States. I identified the signature of the prisoner in a letter to his son, marked A, referred to in the first specification and the second charge, as the same with that sent to the Little Prince. This letter said that the British government, on application, would cause to be restored to them their lands they held in 1811, agreeably to the terms of the Treaty of Ghent. To the prisoner. The Little Prince is known by the name of Tuskanoki-Hopin, and is the second chief of the nation. The letter was in the possession of Little Prince when I last saw it. Do you not swear that the letter was addressed to the Little Prince? It was presented to me by the Little Prince to read and interpret for him, which I did. Am certain that the letter stated that the Chief Magistrate of the United States could have no knowledge of settlements made on Indian lands, or injuries committed. John Lewis Phoenix. Being at Suwannee, about the 6th or 7th of April, I was awakened in the morning by Mr. Ambrister's receiving, by the hands of a Negro, who got it from an Indian, a letter from St. Mark's at that time, stated by Ambrister, to be from the prisoner. To the prisoner. Did not see the letter or hear it read. A member of the court raised a question as to the jurisdiction on the third charge and its specification. The doors were closed, and after deliberation, it was decided that the court was incompetent to take cognizance of the offenses alleged in that charge and specification. Peter P. Cook was clerk to the prisoner. About December last, prisoner had a large quantity of powder and lead brought to Suwanee in his vessel, which he sold to the Indians and Negroes. Later, Ambrister brought for the prisoner in the prisoner's vessel, 9 kegs of powder and a large quantity of lead, which was taken possession of by the Negroes. I identify the following letters referred to in the foregoing charges and specification, marked A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, as being the prisoner's handwriting. Also the power of attorney, number 1, granted by the Indians to A. Arbuthnot. I also identify as in the handwriting of the prisoner, number 2, granting him full power to act in all cases for the Indians, as recorded before. Also a letter without signature to the government of St. Augustine, number 2. A letter without date to Mr. Mitchell, the Indian agent, numbered 3. An unsigned petition of the chiefs of the Lower Creek Nation to Governor Cameron, praying his aid in men and munitions of war, numbered 4. Footnote A. From A. Arbuthnot to his son John Arbuthnot, dated Fort St. Mark, 2nd April 1818, 9 o'clock in the morning. Dear son, as I am ill able to write a long letter, it is necessary to be brief. Before my arrival here, the commandant had received an express from the governor of Pensacola, informing him of a large embarkation of troops, etc., under the immediate command of General Jackson, and the boat that brought the dispatch reckoned 18 sail of vessels off Apalachicola by a deserter that was brought here by the Indians. The commandant was informed that 3,000 men under the orders of General Jackson, 1,000 foot and 1,600 horse under General Gaines, 500 under another general, were at Prospect Bluff, where they are rebuilding the burnt fort, that 1,000 Indians of different nations were at Spanish Bluff, building another fort under the direction of American officers, that so soon as these forts were built, they intended to march. They have commenced. Yesterday morning advice was received that they had appeared near and taken 2 of the sons of a queen and an Indian. Late in the afternoon, 3 schooners came to anchor at the mouth of the river, and this morning the American flag is seen flying on the largest. I am blockaded here. No Indian will come with me, and I am now suffering from the fatigue of coming here alone. The main drift of the Americans is to destroy the black population of Suwanee. Tell my friend Bowlegs that it is throwing away his people to attempt to resist such a powerful force as will be down on Suwanee. And as the troops advance by land, so will the vessels by sea. Endeavor to get all the goods over the river in a place of security, as also the skins of all sorts. The corn must be left to its fate. So soon as the Suwanee is destroyed, I expect the Americans will be satisfied and retire. This is only my opinion, but I think it is conformable to the demand made by General Gaines to King Hatchie some months since. In fact, do all you can to save all you can save, the books particularly. It is probable the Commandant will receive some communication from the vessels today, when he will know more what are their motives in coming off the fort. I think it is only to shut up the passage to the Indians. 20 canoes went down yesterday and were forced to return. The road between this and Mixaki is said to be stopped. Hilsago and Himmeltho, Michael, were here last night to hear what vessels they will remove all their cattle and effects across St. Mark's River this morning, and perhaps wait till there too for the event. I have been as brief as I can to give you the substance of what appears, facts that cannot be doubted. To enter into details in the present moment is useless. If the schooner is returned, get all the goods on board of her, and let her start off for Monitor Creek, in the bottom of Cedar Key Bay. You will there only have the skins to hide away, but no delay must take place, as the vessels will no doubt follow the land army, and perhaps even now some have gone round. I pray your strictest attention, for the more that is saved will be eventually more to your interest. Let the bearer have as much calico as will make him 2 shirts for his trouble. He has promised to deliver this in 3, but I give him 4 days. I am yours affectionately, A. Arbuthnot. B. From A. Arbuthnot to Charles Cameron, Governor of Bahamas. Sir, being empowered by the chiefs of the Lower Creek Nation to represent the state of their nation to your excellency, that you may be pleased to forward the same for the information of His Majesty's government, to whom alone they look for protection against the aggressions and encroachments of the Americans. I beg leave to submit to your excellency the enclosed representations, humbly praying that your excellency will be pleased to take an early opportunity of forwarding the same to Great Britain. I am instructed by Bowlegs, chief of the Sewanee, to make the demand herein enclosed, he never having had any share in the presents distributed at Prospect Bluff, though he rendered equally essential services as any of the other chiefs to the British cause while at war with America, and was at New Orleans with a part of his warriors, his frontiers being more exposed to the predatory incursions of the Back Georgians, who enter his territory and drive off his cattle. He is obliged to have large parties out to watch their motions and prevent their plundering, and being now deficient in ammunition, he prays your excellency will grant his small demand, humbly submitting the same. I have the honor to be, etc., A. The humble representation of the chiefs of the Greek nation to His Excellency, Governor Cameron. We beg leave to represent that Edmund Doyle and William Hambley, lately clerks at Prospect Bluff, to Messrs. Forbes, etc., and who still reside on the Apalachicola River, we consider as the principal cause of our present troubles and uneasiness. Hambley was the instrumental cause of the fort at Prospect Bluff being destroyed by the Americans, by which we lost the supplies intended for our future wars. Since then, both these men have kept their emissaries among us, tending to harass and disturb our repose, and that of our brethren to the middle and upper nations. They spread among us reports that the Cocotes, aided by the Americans, are descending to drive us off our land. They equally propagate other falsehoods. C. From A. Arbuthnot to Benjamin Moody, Esquire, enclosing letters to Charles Gill, Esquire, British Minister at Washington. Sewanee, in the Creek Nation, 7th January 1812. Sir, the enclosed containing matter of serious moment and demanding the immediate attention of His Excellency the British Ambassador. I trust he will for this time forgive the trifling expense of postage, which I have endeavored to prevent as much as possible by compressing much matter in one sheet of paper. Should you, sir, be put to any trouble or expense by this trouble, I give you, by being made acquainted with the same, I will instruct Bain, Dunshee, and Company to order payment of the same. I have the honor to be, sir, your most obedient humble servant, A. Arbuthnot. From A. Arbuthnot to the Honorable Charles Bagot. Sir, it is with pain I again obtrude myself upon your Excellency's notice, but the pressing solicitations of the chiefs of the Creek Nation, and the deplorable situation into which they are placed by the wanton aggressions of the Americans, I trust your Excellency will take as a sufficient apology for the present intrusion. In August last, the head chief of the Seminole Indians received a letter from General Gaines, of which I have taken the liberty of annexing Your Excellency the contents, as delivered me by the chief's head English interpreter, with King Hartry's reply thereto. This letter appears to have been intended to sound the disposition of the chief, and ascertain the force necessary to overrun the nation, for from then until the actual attack was made on Foultown, the same general with General Jackson seemed to have been collecting troops and settling at various quarters. If Your Excellency desires to have further information respecting the situation of this country and its inhabitants, I can, from time to time, inform Your Excellency of such facts and circumstances as are stated to me by chiefs of known veracity, or which may come under my own observation, and Your Excellency's order, addressed to me at New Providence, will either find me there before forwarded me to this country. With great respect, I have the honor to be Your Excellency's most obedient servant, A. The following memorandum was on the back of the foregoing letter. King Hatchie 1,000, Bowlegs 1,500, Osohajo, Chakahuachi 500, Hemishi Meso Chatachichi 600, at present with Hilashiko, at present under arms 1,000 and more, and attacking those Americans who have made inroads on their territory. A quantity of gunpowder, lead, muskets, and flints sufficient to arm 1,000 or 2,000 men. Muskets 1,000, arms smaller if possible. 10,000 flints, a proportion for rifle, put up separate. 50 casks of gunpowder, a proportion for rifle. 2,000 knives, 6 to 9 inch blade, good quality. 1,000 tomahawks, 100 pounds vermilion. 2,000 pounds lead, independent of ball for musket. Signed, King Hatchie. Signed, Bowlegs. From General Gaines to the Seminole Chief. To the Seminole Chief. Your Seminoles are very bad people. I don't say whom. You have murdered many of my people and stolen my cattle, and many good horses that cost me money, and many good houses that cost me money. You have burnt for me. And now that you see my writing, you'll think I have spoken right. I know it is so. You know it is so. For now you may say, I will go upon you at random. But just give me the murderers, and I will show them my law. And when that is finished and past, if you will come about any of my people, you will see your friends. And if you see me, you will see your friend. But there is something out in the sea, a bird with a forked tongue. Whip him back before he lands, for he will be the ruin of you yet. Perhaps you do not know who or what I mean. I mean the name of Englishman. I tell you this, that if you do not give me up the murderers who have murdered my people, I say I have got good strong warriors with scalping knives and tomahawks. You harbor a great many of my black people among you at Sewanee. If you give me leave to go by you against them, I shall not hurt anything belonging to you. Signed, General Gaines. From King Hatchie to General Gaines in answer to the foregoing, to General Gaines. You charge me with killing your people, stealing your cattle, and burning your houses. It is I that have cause to complain of the Americans, while one American has been justly killed, while in the act of stealing cattle, more than 4 Indians have been murdered, while hunting by these lawless freebooters. I harbored no Negroes. When the Englishmen were at war with America, some took shelter among them, and it is for you, white people, to settle those things among yourselves, and not trouble us with what we know nothing about. I shall use force to stop any armed Americans from passing my towns or my lands. Signed, King Hatchie. End of section 79. Section 80 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Alexander Arbuthnot for inciting Indians to war, Florida, 1818, Part 2. Footnotes continued. D. Note of Indian talks. In August, Cap had a letter from General Gaines, in substance as Annex Number 1, and returned the answer as by Number 2. Nothing farther was said on either side. The end of October, a party of Americans from a fort on Flint River surrounded Foultown during the night and began burning it. The Indians then had fled to the swamps, and in their flight had 3 persons killed by fire from the Americans. They rallied their people and forced the Americans to retire some distance, but not before they had 2 more persons killed. The Americans built a blockhouse or fort where they had fallen back to, and immediately sent to the fort up the country for assistance, stating the Indians were the aggressors, and also settled with Imhotep for the loss his people had suffered, at the same time sending a talk to King Hetty by a headman, Apini, that he would put things in such a train as to prevent further encroachments and get those Americans to leave the fort. But no sooner was the good talk given, and before the bearer of it returned home, than hundreds of the Americans came pouring down on the Indians, rousing them to a sense of their own danger. They flew to arms, and have been compelled to support them ever since. It is not alone from the country, but by vessels entering Apalachicola River, and vessels with troops and settlers are pouring into the Indian Territory. These proceedings are not countenanced by the American government, but originate with men devoid of principle, who set laws and instructions at defiance, and stick at no cruelty and oppressions to obtain their ends. Against such oppressions, the American government must use not only all their influence, but if necessary, force, or their names will be handed down to posterity as a nation more cruel and savage to the unfortunate aborigines of this country than ever were the Spaniards in more dark ages to the nations of South America. The English government, as the special protectors of the Indian nations, and on whom alone they rely for assistance, ought to step forward and save those unfortunate people from ruin. And as you, sir, are appointed to watch over their interests, it is my duty as an Englishman, and the only one in this part of the Indian nation, to instruct you of the talks the chiefs bring me for your information. And I sincerely trust, sir, you will use the powers you are vested with for the service and protection of the unfortunate people who look up to you as their savior. I have written General Mitchell, who, I hear, is an excellent man, and as he acts as Indian agent, I hope this influence will stop the torrent of innovation and give peace and quietness to the Creek nation. I pray your Excellency will pardon this intrusion, which nothing but the urgency of the case would have induced me to make. I have the honor to be your Excellency's most obedient servant, A.A. E. From Cavia Himagol and Bowlegs to Governor Cameron. To His Excellency, Governor Cameron, it is with pain we are again obliged to obtrude ourselves on your Excellency's notice, in consequence of the cruel war we have been forced into by the eruptions of the Americans into the heart of our lands. It will be first necessary to state to your Excellency that one head chief, Kennejaw, received a letter from General Gaines in August last, a copy of which is enclosed, with the answer returned thereto. This letter only appears to have been a prelude to plans determined on by the said General and General Jackson to bring on troops and settlers to drive us from our lands and take possession of them. For in the end of October, a party of Americans surrounded Foultown during the night, and in the morning began setting fire to it, making the unfortunate inhabitants fly to the swamps, and who in their flight had 3 persons killed by the fire of the Americans. Our Indians, rallying, drove the Americans from the town, but in their exertions had 2 more of their people killed. The Americans retired some distance and built a fort or blockhouse to protect themselves until the assistance they had sent for to the fort up the country should arrive. A letter falling into the hands of General Mitchell, the Indian agent, which states the Indians to have been the aggressors, he suspected its truth, and on inquiry found it was the reverse. In consequence, he made satisfaction to Inhermoclo, the chief of the foul town, and his people for the injuries they had sustained. At the same time desired a talk to be sent to our head chief, stating his wish to see all the Indian friends, and that in 20 days he would send to get the Americans to retire from the forts. But this had no effect on the lawless invaders of our soil, for, before the bearer of our talks could return home, he met hundreds of Americans descending on us. Thus, seeing no end to those inroads, necessity compels us to have recourse to arms, and our brethren are now fighting for the lands they inherit from their forefathers, for their families and friends. But what will our nations do without assistance? Our sinners of war are almost spent, and harassed as we have been for years, we have not been able to lay by the means of our extraordinary wants. And to whom can we look up for protection and support? But to those friends we have, at all former times, held forth their hands to uphold us, and who have sworn in their late treaty with the Americans to see our just rights and privileges respected and protected from insults and aggression. We now call on Your Excellency, as the representative of our good father, King George, to send us such aid in ammunition as we are absolutely in want of, and as our brother Chief Helisago was informed, when in England, that when ammunition was wanted to enable us to protect our rights, Your Excellency would supply us with what was necessary. We have applied to the Spanish officer at the fort of St. Mark's, but his small supply prevented his being able to assist us, and we have only on Your Excellency to depend. We likewise pray Your Excellency would be pleased to send an officer or person to lead us right, and to apportion the supplies you may be pleased to send us, agreeably to our proper wants. In praying Your Excellency will lend an ear to our demand, and dispatch it without delay. We remain Your Excellency faithful and most obedient friends and servants. Signed, Capiello Rico. Signed, Bowlegs, for ourselves and all the other chiefs of the Lower Creek Nation. F. Letter from A. Arbuthnot to Colonel Edward Nichols, Nassau, N.P., 26 August 1817. Lieutenant Colonel Edward Nichols, Sir, especially authorized by the chiefs of the Lower Creek Nation, whose name I have fixed to the present, I am desired to address you, that you may lay their complaints before His Majesty's government. They desire it to be made known that they have implicitly followed your advice in living friendly with the Americans, who are their neighbors, and nowise attempt to molest them, though they have seen the Americans encroach on their territory, burning their towns, and making fields where their houses stood. Rather than make resistance, they have retired lower in the peninsula. The town Eshelawe, where Olismigo was chief, is one instance of the encroachments of the Americans. This town is situated under the guns of Fort Gaines, and Miko was desired to submit to the Americans, or his town would be blown to atoms. Rather than do so, he retired, and is now living in the Lower Nation, and his feels that even where the town stood is plowed up by the Americans. They complain of the English government neglecting them after having drawn them into a war with America. That you, sir, have not yet kept your promise in sending people to reside among them, and that if they have not some person or persons resident in the nation to watch over their interest, they will soon be driven to the extremity of the peninsula. You left Mr. Hambley to watch over the Creek Nation, but you hardly left the nation when he turned traitor, and was led by Forbes to take the part of the Americans. His letter to me, of which I annex you a copy, will show you what lengths he could go if he had the means. It is Hambly and Doyle who give the Indians all the trouble they experience. They send their emissaries among the lower creeks and make them believe the Cowetas, aided by the Americans, are coming to destroy them. Thus both are put in fear, and their fields are neglected, and hunting is not thought of. I have endeavored to do away this fear by writing to the chief of the Coweta towns, that they ought to live on friendly terms with their brethren of the lower nation, whose wishes were to be on good terms with them, and not listen to any bad talks, but to chase those that give them from among them. My letter was answered from their brother favorably, and I hope that the talk that was sent to the big warrior last June will heal the difference between them. Hilisago arrived in my schooner, Oklanaki Sound, last June, and was well received by all the chiefs and others who came to welcome him home. In consequence of his arrival, a talk was held, the substance of which was put on paper for them, and it was sent with the pipe of peace to the other nations. Hilisago wished to return to Nassau with me, but I prevailed on him to stay in the nation and to keep them at peace. I regret, sir, to notice this poor man's affairs, though by his desire. It appeared that he arrived at Nassau a short time after I had left it in January, and Captain W. being here took charge of him, his goods and money, prevailing on the governor to let him stay with him until he went down to the nation, which was his intention to do. Of the money received to Governor Cameron, he had only given him $80, by Captain W., a barrel of sugar, a bag of coffee, and a small keg of rum. And the interpreter Thugard informed me that when Hilisago asked for an account, Captain W. refused it, saying it would be useless to a man who could not read. He also misses 2 cases, one of which he thinks contains crockery. I have made inquiry of His Majesty's ordnance storekeeper, and he informs me the whole were delivered to Captain W. They are therefore lost to Hilisago. I am desired to return Hilisago's warmest acknowledgments for the very handsome manner you treated him in England, and he begs his prayer may be laid at the foot of His Royal Highness, the Prince Regent. I left him and all his family well on the 20th of June. Old Captain Chico, it desires me to send his best respects, and requests that you will send out some people to live among them, and all the land they took from Forbes shall be theirs. At all events, they must have an agent among them, to see that the Americans adhere to the treaty, and permit them to live unmolested on the lands. This agent should be authorized by His Majesty's government, or he will not be attended to by the Americans. In the Gazettes of Georgia, the Americans report the Seminole Indians are continually committing murders on their borders and making incursions into the state. These are fabrications tending to irritate the American government. But during the time I was in the nation, there was only 1 American killed, and he, with 2 others, were in the act of driving off cattle belonging to Bowlegs, chief of Suwannee. Whereas 3 men and a boy were killed last June by a party of American cattle stealers while in their hunting camps. The boy they scalped, and one of Bowleg's headmen was killed in St. John's River in July. The backwood Georgians and those resident on the borders of the Indian Nation are continually entering it and driving off cattle. They have in some instances made settlements, and particularly on the Choctawhatchee River, where a considerable number have descended. By the treaty with Great Britain, the Americans were to give up to the Indians all the lands that may have been taken from them during the war, and place them on the same footing they were in 1811. It appears they have not done so. Their 4 Gaines on the Chattahoochee and Camp Crawford on the Flint River are both of Indian territory that was not in possession of America in 1811. They are fearful that before any aid is given by the English government, they will no longer be in possession of any territory. I wrote last January to His Excellency, the Honorable Charles Gill, respecting the encroachments of the Americans, as I was informed by the copy of a letter from the Right Honorable Earl Bathurst, handed me by His Excellency Governor Cameron, that His Majesty's ambassador had received orders to watch over the interest of the Indians. Since my return here, I have received of Mr. Moody of Charleston an extract of a letter from the Honorable Charles Gill, that the expense of postage is so considerable, any farther communications of the same nature must be sent by private hands. Now, sir, as no person goes from this direct to Washington, how am I to be able to comply with his desire? Thus he will be kept ignorant of the situation of the poor Indians, and the encroachments daily made on their lands by American settlers, while he may be told by the American government that no encroachments have been made, and that the forts they still hold are necessary to check the unruly Seminoles. Thus, the person appointed to watch over the interest of the Indians, having no other means of information than from the parties interested in their destruction, and seeing from time to time in the American Gazette accounts of cruel murders, etc., committed by the Indians on the frontier settlements of the United States, he apprehends the Indians merit all the Americans do to them. But let His Majesty's government appoint an agent with full powers to correspond with His Majesty's ambassador at Washington, and his eyes will then be opened as to the motives that influenced American individuals, as well as the government, in vilifying the Indians. The power given me, and the instructions, were to memorialize His Majesty's government, as well as the Governor-General of Havana. But if you will be pleased to lay this letter before His Majesty's Secretary of State, it will save the necessity of the first, and I fear that a memorial to the Governor-General would be of no use. Referring you to the answer, I am, most respectfully, your obedient servant, A. Arbuthnot. From A. Arbuthnot to William Hambley, Ockalochney, Sound, May 3rd, 1817. Sir, on my return home this day I received a letter signed by you and dated 23rd March. As you therein take the liberty of advising me, as you say, by order of the chiefs of the Creek Nation, I am glad of and shall embrace this opening you give me, and reply to you with some length. And, sir, let me promise that when you lived at Prospect Bluff, a clerk to Messrs. Forbes and Company, you did not consider Capamachico, McQueen, or any other of the chiefs of the Lower Creek Nations as outlaws, nor had they been considered as such by the English government, who are the special protectors of the Indian nation. And it ill becomes Mr. Hamley to call Capamachico an outlaw, that man who has ever been his friend, and by his authority has prolonged his life. Yes, sir, the young chiefs and warriors of the Creek Nation, considering you as the chief cause of all their troubles, would have long ere this had possession of you, and perhaps with your life made you pay the forfeit for the injuries heaped on them, had not that man, who has been your friend from your early youth, stepped in as your protector. Yes, this is the man whom Mr. Hamley presumes to call an outlaw. A pardoned villain, when going to the gallows, would bless the hand that saved his life. But Mr. Hamley blasphemes his survivor. As Mr. Hamley's generous friend is the principal cause of my being in this country, as an honest man, I shall endeavor to fulfill my promise to him and to all the other chiefs. The guilty alone have fear. An honest and upright man dreads no dangers, fears no evil, as he commits no ill. And your arm of justice ought to be applied where it would rightly fall, on the heads of the really guilty. Your mean and vile insinuations that I have been the cause of thefts and murders come ill from him who has been the cause of the murder of hundreds. Though your usage was made villainous at the fort, yet your revenge was too savage and sanguinary. If your conduct, sir, to the Indians were guided by as pure motives as mine, it would endeavor to influence them to respect each other as brothers and live in harmony and friendship, cultivating their lands in summer and taking their diversions of hunting in winter, respecting their neighbors, and making themselves respected by them. If thus, sir, you would act, and by your knowledge of their language you have much more in your power than any other man, you would then be the true friend of the Indians. Were I an instigator of theft and murder, would I hold the language I have done to the chiefs and others who have called on me? Ask the lieutenant commanding of Fort Gaines if my letter to him breathed the strains of a murderer. Ask Opie Hatch or Danny, his interpreter, if the recommendatory note I sent him by order of Apini could be written by an instigator of murder. Ask Apini himself if my language to him was that of a murderer. Ask Mapalichi, a chief residing among the Americans on the Akmolchi, if my language and advice to him be but that of a murderer. All those and every Indian who have heard my talks will contradict your vile assertions. But Mapalichi has given me a clue by which I can unravel once. The aspersion comes, not from Apini, Hatchie, or any of the chiefs of the upper towns, but from he who endeavors to lead them to mischief and quarrels with each other. Did not the chiefs hear my note, read with respect, and perfectly according to my sentiments of being all, as brethren uniting with bonds of friendship and love? Did not they agree to smoke the pipe of peace with their brethren of the lower nation, and live in future as brothers? What made some of them alter their minds afterwards? The interference of a humane man, who counsels them to write to me demanding my removal from a band of outlaws, and which letter is signed William Hambley. I shall only make one more observation, and that will show from whence I came, and whether I am amongst the Indians as a revenger, or as the friend of peace and harmony. In the spring of 1816, W. Hambley sent Governor Cameron a letter, containing talks of the chiefs of the Indian tribes. They were forwarded to England, and His Excellency handed me, on my leaving Providence, an answer thereto, from the Right Honorable Earl Bathurst, one of His Majesty's Chief Secretaries of State, that I might make the same known to the chiefs on my arrival in the nation. What will Governor Cameron think of the man who, in 1816, could write against the encroachments of the American on the Indian nation, and in the spring of 1817 called the chiefs of that nation, for whom he more especially wrote, outlaws? Mr. Hambley may sell his services to America, but no man can expatriate himself from that allegiance due to his native country, and a government may call on a friendly nation to give up a subject that has seriously wronged her. I recommend Mr. Hambley to be content with the douceur he may have received, and permit the unlettered Indian to live quietly and peaceably on his native land. I shall send a copy of this letter, with one from you, to be read by the chiefs of this nation, and shall, at the same time, take an opportunity of expressing myself more fully than I did in the note sent by Apini, wishing you a speedy recantation of your errors and a return to your former way of thinking. I am your obedient servant, A. Arbuthnot. Letter from A. Arbuthnot to the Governor of Havana, to His Excellency Don, Governor General, etc. The chiefs of the Creek Nation, whose names are hereunto annexed, beg leave to approach your Excellency, and represent their complaints, long imposed on by the persons keeping stores in this country, and charging us exorbitant prices for their goods, while they only allow us a very trifling one for our peltry. We have found it necessary to look out for a person that will deal fairly with us, and we wish to establish a store for him on Appalachia River. We have made application to the commander of St. Mark's, and he refers us to your Excellency. It is not alone the impositions that have been practiced upon us that has made us presume to address your Excellency. We have complaints of a more serious nature against the persons employed by the only house that has been established among us. In the first place, some years back, under false pretenses, they attempted to rob us of a very large portion of our best lands, and we the more readily acceded to it from the faithful promise given us that they would get English people to settle and live among us. But far from doing this, Mr. Forbes attempted to sell it to the American government and settle it with Americans. Thus, finding ourselves deceived and imposed on, we withdrew our grant about 3 years since, which, from the stipulations contained therein not being fulfilled on the part of Mr. Forbes, we conceived we had a right to do. Secondly, Mr. Doyle and Mr. Hambley, the two persons left in the nation to carry on Mr. Forbes' business, have for more than 2 years been endeavoring to influence us to join the Americans, and finding that fair means would not sever us from our attachment to our ancient friends the English, they have recently had recourse to threats of bringing the Americans down upon us, and that people only want a pretext to attack us, which the said Doyle and Hambley attempt to give them, by spreading false reports of our murdering the Americans, stealing their cattle, and preparing for war against them, while, in fact, it is the Americans who murder our red brethren, and steal our cattle by hundreds at a time, and are daily encroaching on our lands, and maintaining the settlers in their ill-gotten possessions by armed force. On the Choctawhatchee River, there are a large body of Americans forming settlements, and more adjoining them, as this river is far within that line marked out by Your Excellency's government and the Americans some years since, though that line was unknown to us until very lately, and we never gave our sanction, nor, in fact, knew of any sale of our lands made to the Americans. We trust Your Excellency will give orders to displace them within the line, and send them back to their own country. Our delaying to address Your Excellency to represent the aforementioned grievances has been owing to the want of a person to attend to our talks, and put them in writing for us. The commander of the fort of St. Mark's has heard all of our talks and complaints. He approves of what we have done and what we are doing, and it is his recommendation we have thus presumed to address Your Excellency. We have the honor to be Your Excellency's most obedient and very humble servant, A. Arbuthnot. Number 1. Power of attorney for the Indian chiefs to A. Arbuthnot. Know all men by these presents, that we, chiefs of the Creek Nation, whose names are affixed to this power, having full faith and confidence in A. Arbuthnot, of New Providence, who, knowing all our talks, is fully acquainted with our intentions and wishes, do hereby, by these presents, constitute and appoint him, the said Alexander Arbuthnot, our attorney and agent, with full power and authority to act for us, and in our names, in all affairs relating to our nation, and also to write such letters and papers as to him may appear necessary and proper, for our benefit and that of the Creek Nation, given at Ocklaquee Sound, in the Creek Nation, this 17th day of June, 1817. 1. Kappa Machaco, his X-mark. 2. In Limotho, his X-mark. 3. Charles Tucknoky, his X-mark. 4. Otis Mico, his X-mark. 5. Okanoni Tuskanoki, his X-mark. 6. Imachilaki, his X-mark. 7. Inhimachukukli, his X-mark. 8. Laho Itamachli, his X-mark. 9. Horothley, his X-mark. 10. Ilisago, his X-mark. 11. Tamuchis Haho, his X-mark. 12. Oparthmaligo, his X-mark. Certified explanation of names and towns to which the foregoing chiefs belong, agreeably to the number set opposite thereto. William Hambley. 1. Kinhickgee, chief of Mixawkee. 2. Inhimwarthlo, chief of Foultown. 3. Charles Tuskanoki, second chief of the Okmulgee town. 4. Chief of the Conholoway, below Fort Gates. 5. Apony, chief of Okmulgee towns. 6. Chief of the Atlopalcus. 7. Chief of Palacholoki. 8. Chief of the Chihos. 9. Chief of the Red Sticks. 10. Francis, the Prophet. 11. Peter McQueen, Chief of the Tallahassos, an old Red Stick. 12. A Red Stick, created Chief of the Lower Towns. Number 2. Supposed to be for bowlegs to the Governor of St. Augustine, to His Excellency Don Jose Cappinger. To His Excellency James Green, Governor of St. Augustine. Sir, I had the honor of receiving your letter of September, but the impossibility of finding a person to write an answer to the same is the cause of this apparent neglect. I shall be very happy to keep up a good understanding and correspondence with you, and hope you will, when occasion offers, advise me of such things as may be of service to myself and people. I warriors and others that go to St. Augustine return with false reports, tending to harass and distress my people, and preventing them from attending to their usual avocations. At one time, the Americans and Upper Indians, supported by a force of about 8,000 men, were running lines far within the Indian Territory. Another time, are collecting a force at Fort Mitchell, in the forks of Flint and Chattahoochee rivers, to fall on the towns below. Now, sir, we know of no reason the Americans didn't have to attack us, an inoffensive and unoffending people. We have none of their slaves. We have taken none of their property since the Americans made peace with our good King George. We have followed the orders of his officer, that was with us, Lieutenant Colonel Edward Nichols, and in no way molested the Americans, though we daily see them encroaching on our territory, stealing our cattle and murdering and carrying off our people. The same officer also told us we, allies to the great king, our father, were included in the treaty of peace between our good father and the Americans, and that the latter were to give up all the territory that had been taken from us before and during the war. Yet, so far from complying with the 9th article of that treaty, they are daily making encroachments on our land, getting persons who are not known to the chiefs, and without any power or authority, to grant and sign over lands to them. Thus they deceive the world and make our very friends believe we are in league with them. The principal chiefs of the nation, with the head warriors, assembled at my town on the 8th instant, and came to the resolution of informing the British minister at Washington of the conduct of the Americans and the officers of their government towards us. It has been done accordingly, and copies sent to England. We demand of the king, our father, to fix some of his people among us, who may inform him from time to time of what is passing, and see the Americans do not extend themselves on our lands. The Spanish subjects in Floridas are too much in the interest of the Americans to be our friends. For the governors I shall always entertain the greatest regard, but for the people they do not act so as to merit any esteem and protection. You desire I would chase those marauders who steal my cattle. My people have lately driven some Americans from Way, and I have no doubt that Americans will hold off this as a pretext to make war on us, as they have before done in stating we harbor their runaway slaves. 3. General Mitchell, Agent for Indian Affairs. King Hatchie, the head chief of the Lower Creek Nation, has called on me to request I would represent to you the cruel and oppressive conduct of the American people living on the borders of the Indian Nation, and which, he was in hopes, from a talk you were pleased to send him some weeks since, would have put a stop to and restored peace between the Indians and American people. But far from any stop being put to their inroads and encroachments, they are pouring in by hundreds at a time, not only from the land side, but ascending the Apalachicola in vessel loads. Thus the Indians have been compelled to take up arms to defend their homes from a set of lawless invaders. Your known philanthropy and goodwill to the Indians induces the head chiefs to hope that you will lose no time in using your influence to put a stop to those invasions of their lands, and order that those who have already presumed to seize our fields, may retire therefrom. The Indians have seized 2 persons they think have been greatly instrumental in bringing the Americans upon them, and they are now in their possession as prisoners. It is even reported they have made sales of Indian lands without the knowledge, consent, or approbation of the chiefs of the nation, and from their long residence in the nation, and the great influence that one of those people formerly enjoyed among the chiefs as their chief, there is some reason to believe that he has been guilty of improper conduct to the Indian nation. Number 4. Petition of the chiefs of the Lower Creek Nation to Governor Cameron. We, the undersigned, are deputed by the Creek Nation to wait on your excellency and lay before you their heavy complaints. To the English we have always looked up as friends, as protectors, and on them we now call to aid us in repelling the approaches of the Americans, who, regardless of treaties, are daily seizing our lands and robbing our people. They have already built 7 forts on our lands. They are making roads and running lines into the very heart of our country, and without the interference of the English, we shall soon be driven from the land we inherited from our forefathers. The Americans tell us the English will regard us no more, and we had better submit to them, but we cannot submit to their shackles, and will rather die in defense of our country. When peace was made between the English and the Americans, we were told by Lieutenant Colonel Nichols that the Americans were to give up our lands they had taken, and we were desired to live quietly and peaceably, in no wise molesting the Americans. We have strictly followed those orders, but the Americans have not complied with the treaty. Colonel Nichols left Mr. Hambley in charge of the fort of Prospect Bluff, with orders to hear us, if any cause of complaint, and represent the same to the British government. But he turned traitor, and brought the Americans down on the fort, which was blown up, and many of our red brethren destroyed in it. The ammunition stores intended for our use were either destroyed or taken off by the Americans. We have sent several messages to inform your excellency of the proceedings of the Americans, but they have never returned to us with an answer. 3 of our red brethren have lately been killed by the Americans while hunting on our lands, and they threaten to attack the towns of Makasuki and Salwanee, the only 2 large towns left in the Creek Nation, and without aid from your excellency, we cannot repel their attack. We are, therefore, deputed to demand of your excellency the assistance of troops and ammunition, that we may be able to effectually to repel the attack of the Americans and prevent their farther encroachments. And if we return without assistance, the Americans, who have their spies among us, will the more quickly come upon us. We must humbly pray your excellency will send us such a force as will be respected and make us respectable. The following endorsed on the foregoing. Charles Cameron, Esquire, Governor, Commander-in-Chief, etc., etc. I beg leave to represent to your excellency the necessity of my again returning to the Indian nation, with the deputies from the chiefs, and as my trouble and expense can only be defrayed by permission, to take goods to dispose of amongst them. I pray your excellency will be pleased to grant me such a letter or license as will prevent me from being captured in case by meeting any Spanish cruiser on the coast of Florida. End of footnote. End of section 80. Section 81 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Alexander Arbuthnot for inciting Indians to war, Florida, 1818, Part 3. The President. Have you at any time within the last 12 months heard any conversations between the prisoner and the chief called Bowlegs, relating to the war between the United States and the Seminoles. Heard the prisoner tell Bowlegs that he had sent letters to the Prince Regent and expected soon to have an answer. Sometimes afterwards, some of the Negroes doubted his carrying those letters when the prisoner stated that he had, but the distance being great, it would take some time to receive an answer. First saw the letter signed A. Arbuthnot, dated April 2, 1818, referred to in the first specification in the second charge, about the 6th of April, when a black man, who said he had received it from an Indian, gave it to Mr. Ambrister, whom I saw reading it. It was conveyed to Suwanee by an Indian who was sent from Fort St. Mark. Do not know who paid the Indian for carrying it. The President. What steps were taken by the Negroes and Indians upon the receipt of the letter? They first believed the bearer to be an enemy and confined him, but, learning the contrary, began to prepare for the enemy and the removal of their families and effects across the river. The Indians lived on the opposite side. The Indians and Negroes did not act together in the performance of military duty, but they always said they would fight together. Nero commanded the blacks and was owned and commanded by Bowlegs, but there were some Negro captains who obeyed none but Nero. The ammunition, which was sold by the prisoner to the Indians and Negroes, was brought to Suwanee by the schooner Chance, now lying at this wharf. She is a fore-topsail vessel belonging to the prisoner. April 28th. Peter B. Cook, to the prisoner. Have been acquainted with the settlements on the Suwanee between 6 and 7 months. To the President. I engaged to live with the prisoner for no stated period. I was taken by the year. He told me he had no farther use for me after I had written the letters to Providence. After I was discharged, I stayed in a small house belonging to a boy called St. John, under the protection of Nero. After being refused by the prisoner a small venture to Providence, I wrote my friends for the means to trade by myself. Don't believe the prisoner had knowledge of the ventures being on board the schooner. It was small and in my trunk. Do not know that Ambrister was the agent of the prisoner. The President. Do you think that the powder and lead shipped would be more than supplied the Indian and Negro hunters? Did not see the powder and lead myself, but was told by Bowlegs that he had a great quantity he had there keeping to fight with. The Indians resided on the east side of the river. The President. You were asked if the Negroes and Indians, when the letter marked A was communicated, did not take up arms. Had they received information of the defeat of the Indians at Miccosukee prior to that time? It was afterwards, I believe, they received the information. Bowlegs had other powder than that got from the prisoner. He had some he had got from the bluff, which was nearly done. He said his hunters were always bothering about powder. At the time Ambrister ascended the river, there was no other vessel at the mouth of the river. The President. There is a letter A spoken of. How do you know that the son of the prisoner had that letter in his possession? I saw him with it, which he dropped, and a boy, called John, picked up and gave to me. The President. You stated that the Indians and Negroes doubted the fidelity of the prisoner in sending letters to the Prince Regent. Do you think the prisoner would have been punished by them had he not complied with their wishes? I do not know. Do not believe the prisoner was compelled to write the Indian communications. William Hambley. I heard the chief say, the prisoner objected to hearing evidence of that kind. The court, after consideration, decided that the prisoner's objection was not valid. William Hambley. 15 or 20 days after the prisoner arrived at Ocleocney, the Seminole Indians began to steal horses from the United States settlements and committed murders on the Santilla River, which, I was informed by them, was at the instigation of the prisoner. The chiefs of the little villages in my neighborhood then desired me to write a few lines to the prisoner, stating those reports, and that I did not know that those Indians he was exciting had long been outlawed, and cautioned him against such proceedings, or he might be involved in their ruin. This I did, when the prisoner wrote me a long and insulting letter, which was lost, upbraiding me for calling those Indians outlaws, and accusing me of exciting the Indians to cruel war. I was told by the chiefs and Indians who had seen the prisoner that he advised them to go to war with the United States if they did not surrender them the lands which had been taken from them, and that the British government would support them in it. The Indians who took me and Mr. Doyle prisoners on the 13th of December last told us that it was by the prisoner's order. On our arrival at Makasuki, as prisoners, King Alger and all his chiefs told us it was by the prisoner's orders we were taken and robbed. On our arrival at Sewanee, we were told by the Indians and Negro chiefs who sat in council over us that the prisoner had advised that I should be given up to 5 or 6 Choctaw Indians who were saved from the Negro fort, who would revenge themselves for the loss of their friends at that place. On our return from Sewanee, the chief, King Alger, told us that he had got the prisoner to write several letters for him, one to the governor of Providence, one to the British minister at Washington, one to the Secretary of State in London, and one to the American agent for Indian Affairs, protesting against the proceedings of the officer at Fort Scott. While I was at Sewanee, the Indian chiefs told me that the prisoner had arrived at that place with 10 kegs of powder on board his vessel, and whilst at Fort St. Mark's, sometime in March, Elisago or Francis brought an order from the prisoner to the commandant for 2 kegs of powder, with other articles which were in his possession. The president: were any murders or depredations committed on white settlements by the Indians previous to the prisoner's arrival at Ocklackney? None, except one at Fort Gaines, which was before or about the time of the prisoner's arrival. Have resided among the Indians 14 years, and have understood the language 12 years. Do not believe the Seminoles would have commenced the business of murder and depredations on the white settlements had it not been at the instigation of the prisoner, and a promise on his part of the British protection. The different chiefs always represented to me as an authorized agent of the British government. I recognized the letter marked G and signed A. Arbuthnot as being a copy of the one alluded to in my testimony as lost. To the prisoner: I have seen prisoner's handwriting, but cannot say I am acquainted with it. The letter marked G looks to be his handwriting, but I cannot say positively. The Indian chiefs told me the prisoner had reported himself to them as an English agent. When we were taken prisoners, the Indians told us that he had gone over to Providence, but was expected back by the time we should arrive at Sewanee. I requested King Alger to prevail upon the prisoner to give me a passage in his schooner to Providence, but was told the prisoner refused it, stating that, if we were forced upon him, he would blindfold us and make us walk overboard. King Alger stated that the prisoner was fearful of meeting with an American vessel, where we should be taken out, and he thereby lose his schooner. Clement Doyle: I know nothing that would substantiate the charges against the prisoner except from common report. William Fulton: the copy of the letters from A. Arbuthnot to General Mitchell, agent for Indian Affairs, dated Sewanee, January 19, 1818, and marked number 6, were acknowledged by the prisoner to be the same in substance as one written by himself at that time. Footnote: number 6. Extract from a letter written by A. Arbuthnot to General Mitchell, American agent for the Creek Nation of Indians, dated Sewanee, January 19, 1818. In taking this liberty of addressing you, sir, in behalf of the unfortunate Indians, believe me, I have no wish but to see an end put to a war, which, if persisted in, I foresee must eventually be their ruin, and as they were not the aggressors, if in the height of their rage they committed any excesses, that you will overlook them as the just ebullitions of an indignant spirit against an invading foe. I have the honor to be, etc., A. Arbuthnot, by order of King Hyger and Bowlegs, acting for themselves and the other chiefs. End of footnote. To the prisoner. The prisoner acknowledged the letter just read to be a copy of one written by himself in the encampment before this place, about the 6th or 7th instance, while he was a prisoner. I heard a gentleman say that those who excited the Indians to the murder of the unoffending should feel the keenest edge of the scalping knife. But, as well as I recollect, that observation was not made until after the repeated acknowledgments by you of having written the letter. To the court. The confession of the prisoner to this letter was made voluntarily, and without any constraint whatever. The prisoner asked to call as a witness Robert C. Ambrister, against whom criminal charges had been filed, and who was in custody on account thereof. The judge advocate objecting, the court was cleared when it was decided that Robert C. Ambrister, in custody for similar offenses with the prisoner, could not be examined as evidence before the court. The evidence for the prisoner, John Lewis Phoenix, recalled. There were other vessels at the mouth of the Suwannee River when Ambrister seized my vessel. It was a sloop, and I understand Ambrister came in her, and that he came on board of his own accord. The President. Have you, since you commanded the prisoner's vessel, ever brought any arms to that part of the country? No, I brought a quantity of lead and 10 kegs of powder in the last trip. John Winslet recalled, as to the letter which I said was written by the prisoner to the little prince. After reading it, I returned it to him, and believe it to still be in his possession, as Indians seldom destroy papers of that kind. The prisoner requesting some time to make up his defense, the court adjourned until tomorrow at 4 o'clock. April 28th. The recorder having read over the proceedings of the court with closed doors, the prisoner was recalled into court and asked to make his defense. Mr. Arbuthnot, may it please this honorable court. The prisoner arraigned before you is sensible of the indulgence granted by this honorable court in the examination of the case now before them. It is not the wish of the prisoner, in making his defense, to try the patience of the court by a minute reference to the voluminous documents and papers, or to recapitulate the whole of the testimony which has come before the honorable court in the course of this investigation. Nor is it the intention of the prisoner to waste the invaluable time of this court by appeals to their feelings or sympathy, though I am persuaded that sympathy nowhere more abounds than in a generous American breast. My only appeal is to the sound and impartial judgment of this honorable court, the purity and uprightness of their hearts, that they will, dispassionately and patiently, weigh the evidence they have before them, apply the law, and on these and these alone pronounce their judgment. If this honorable court please, I shall now proceed to examine the law and the evidence that is relied on by this honorable court in support of the first charge and specification. Winslet, a witness on the part of the prosecution, says the little prince showed him no letter written in June last, signed A. Arbuthnot, requesting his friendship with the lower nations of Indians. The same witness stated that he believed the letter now to be in the possession of the little prince. Here, may it please this honorable court, I will call their attention to the law relating to evidence. First, presuming that the rules of evidence are the same, whether in civil or military tribunals. McComb, 96. This point being conceded, the next inquiry is, what are the rules of evidence with respect to the admission of letters or papers of private correspondence in a court of criminal jurisdiction? May it please this honorable court, must you not produce the original letters and papers if they are not lost or mislaid, so that they cannot be obtained, and in case they are lost, proof must be made of the handwriting being the same as that of the original, before they can be received as evidence? Macomb on courts martial, Peake's evidence, Gilbert's law of evidence. No instance can be cited where the copy of a letter was read as evidence, when the original could be obtained, much less the giving in evidence the contents of such letter from bare recollection. The only proof that this honorable court has of the existence of such letter being in the hands of any person, or its contents being known, is the vagrant memory of a vagrant individual. Make this rule of evidence, and I ask you, when would implication, construction, and invention stop? Whose property, whose reputation, and whose life would be safe? Here I would beg leave to mention a remark made by the president of this court in the course of this investigation, which was that notwithstanding the letter was proved by the witness to be in the possession of the little prince, that this court could not notice this circumstance, because there was no means by which it could be obtained. I would ask the honorable court what means they have adopted, or what exertions have they made to procure this letter. If the honorable court please, I shall here close the defense of the first charge and specification, believing that they are neither supported by law or evidence. May it please the honorable court, I will now come to the second charge and specification of that charge. In support of this charge and specification, the evidence is a letter written to my son. If the court please, this letter was written in consequence of my property at Sewanee, and the large debts that were due to me from Bowlegs and his people. Nothing, I believe, of inflammatory nature can be found on reading the document marked A, authorizing the opinion that I was prompting the Indians to war. On the contrary, if the honorable court will examine the document marked A, they will see that I wished to lull their fears by informing them that it was the Negroes, and not the Indians, the Americans were principally moving against. If the honorable court please, I will make a few remarks upon the second specification, and here close my defense. In proof of this charge, the court had before them the evidence of Hambly, Cook, and sundry letters, purporting to be written by myself to different individuals. May it please the court, what does Cook prove? Why, that I had 10 kegs of powder at Sewanee. Let me appeal to the experience of this court. If they think this quantity of powder would supply 1,000 Indians and an equal number of blacks more than 2 months for hunting. As to the letters named in this specification, may it please the court, the rules of evidence laid down in the first part of this defense will apply with equal force in the present case. It remains now, may it please the court, to say something as to Hambly's testimony, and may it please this honorable court, the rule laid down in this case as to hearsay evidence will be found without a precedent. A strong case was stated by an intelligent member of this court on the examination of this part of the evidence. That is, would you receive as testimony what a third person had said, whom, if present, you would reject as incompetent? Apply this principle to the present case. Could an Indian be examined on oath in our courts of judicature? If, then, the testimony of savages is inadmissible, Hambly proves nothing. Here, may it please this honorable court, I close my reply to the charges and specifications preferred against me, being fully persuaded that, should there be cause of censure, my judges will, in the language of the law, lean to the side of mercy. The verdict and sentence. The doors were then closed, and after much deliberation on the evidence adduced, the court returned and announced that they found the prisoner, Alexander Arbuthnot, guilty of the first specification to the first charge, and guilty of the first charge, guilty of the second specification of the second charge, and guilty of the second charge, leaving out the words, acting as a spy. They therefore sentenced the prisoner, Alexander Arbuthnot, to be suspended by the neck until he is dead, 2/3 of the court concurring. The judgment and sentence were communicated to the general commanding, Major General Jackson, and approved by him, who ordered that Brevet Major A.C. Fanning of the Corps of Artillery will have between the hours of 8 and 9 o'clock a.m. a Arbuthnot suspended by the neck with a rope until he is dead, agreeably to the sentence of the court. April 29th. Today at daylight, the prisoner was hanged from the yardarm of his schooner, the Chance. End of section 81.
Section 82 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. The Trial of Robert C. Ambrister for Inciting Indians to War, Florida, 1818. The Narrative. The trial of Lieutenant Ambrister followed immediately that of the Scotch trader Arbuthnot. He was charged with inciting the Indians and with levying war. His case was different from that of Arbuthnot. He was an adventurer and had no ostensible business in Florida. He pleaded guilty, threw himself on the mercy of the court, and was condemned to be shot. His youth and prepossessing appearance pleaded so strongly in his favor that the court, on the appeal of one of its members, reconsidered its judgment, and commuted the sentence to 50 stripes on the bare back, and confinement at hard labor, with a ball and chain, for 12 months. But General Jackson disapproved the reconsideration, restored the first sentence, and ordered it to be carried out. And on the same morning that Arbuthnot was hanged from the yard arm of the Chance, Ambrister was shot by a detail of troops, without shift or appeal, betraying no little sorrow at being brought to so ignominious a death at the hands of a civilized captor. Great was the indignation against Jackson in England when the news reached there. He was denounced as a murderer all over the country. But Jackson's position, in his order confirming the sentence, "It is an established principle of the law of nations that any individual of a nation, making war against the citizens of any other nation, they being at peace, forfeits his allegiance and becomes an outlaw or a pirate," could not be gainsaid. And so the British government took no steps in relation to the execution, beyond an inquiry into the facts of their alleged complicity in the war. A British statesman said a little later that if the British ministry had but raised a finger, all England would have rushed to arms. General Jackson's troubles, however, were not over, for he had many enemies in Washington. There were several secret cabinet meetings, at which his conduct was discussed, and a majority of the members were in favor of bringing him to book, both for his invasion of the territory of Spain and for his action in relation to the Englishmen. Congress, too, took up the matter. A motion was made in the House to censure him for his execution of Arbuthnot and Ambrister, and it was debated for weeks, much to the chagrin of the administration, for President Monroe had already settled the matter and England demanded nothing. The war was now over, and Old Hickory came to Washington and remained there all through the debate. He was acquitted and set out for a tour of the North, being received everywhere with the highest enthusiasm. On Washington's birthday, 1819, a great banquet was given him in New York City, and on that very day a treaty was signed, conveying Florida from Spain to the United States. 9 years later, General Jackson was elected President of the United States by a great popular majority. But in his campaign, and also when he was a candidate for re-election 4 years later, he was denounced by his opponents all over the country as the murderer of the 2 Englishmen. The Trial. Before a special court-martial, Fort St. Mark, Florida, April 1818. Major General E.P. Gaines, President. April 27. The court proceeded to the trial of Robert C. Ambrister, a British subject, who, being asked if he had any objections to any one of the members of the court, and replying in the negative, he was arraigned on the following charges and specifications, viz. Charge 1. Aiding, abetting, and comforting the enemy, supplying them with means of war, he being a subject of Great Britain, at peace with the United States, and lately an officer in the British Colonial Marines. Specification first, that the said Robert C. Ambrister did give intelligence of the movements and operations of the American Army between the 1st and 20th day of March, 1818, and did excite them, the Negroes and Indians, to war against the Army of the United States, by sending their warriors to meet and fight the American Army, whose government was at peace and friendship with the United States and all her citizens. Charge 2. Leading and commanding the Lower Creeks in carrying on a war against the United States. Specification first, that the said Robert C. Ambrister, a subject of Great Britain, which government was in peace and amity with the United States and all her citizens, did, between the 1st of February and the 20th of March, 1818, levy war against the United States, by assuming a command of the Indians in hostility and open war with the United States, and ordering a party of them to meet the army of the United States, and give them battle, as will appear by his letters to Governor Cameron of New Providence, dated March 20, 1818, which are marked A, B, C, and D, and the testimony of Mr. Peter B. Cook and Captain Lewis, of the schooner Chance. To which charges and specifications he pleaded as follows, viz. To the first charge and specification, not guilty. To the second charge and specification, guilty and justification. The witnesses. April 28. John Lewis Phoenix. About the 5th or 6th of April, 1818, my vessel, and myself having been captured by the prisoner, I was brought to Suwanee as a prisoner. There was an alarm among the Negroes and Indians over some news from Miccosukee. The prisoner appeared active in sending orders and sending a detachment to meet the American army. He appeared to have authority among the Negro leaders, and gave orders for their preparation for war, providing ammunition, etc. The leaders came to him for orders. He furnished them with powder and lead, and recommended to them the making of ball, etc., very quickly. He occasionally dressed in uniform, with his sword, and on the first alarm, which I understood was from Miccosukee by a Negro woman, he put on the uniform. Sometime about the 20th March, 1818, prisoner, with an armed body of Negroes, 24 in number, came on board my vessel, and ordered me to pilot them to Fort St. Mark's, which, he said, he intended to capture before the Americans could get there, threatening to hang me if I did not obey. Do not know by whose authority, and for what purpose, accused came into the country, but I have frequently heard him say he came to attend to Mr. Woodbine's business at the Bay of Tampa. The prisoner. Did I not tell you, when I came on board the schooner Chance, I wished you to pilot me to St. Mark's, as I was informed that 2 Americans, of the names of Hambly and Doyle, were confined there, and I wished to have them relieved from their confinement? You stated that you wanted to get Hambly and Doyle from St. Mark's. I do not know what was your intention in so doing. Did I not tell you that I expected the Indians would fire upon me when arriving at St. Mark's? You did not. You stated that you intended to take the fort in the night, by surprise. Did you see me give ammunition to the Negroes and Indians? And if so, how much, and at what time? I saw you give powder and lead to the Negroes when you came on board, and advised them to make balls. And I saw you give liquor and paint to the Indians. Have you not often heard me say, between the 1st and 20th of April, that I would not have anything to do with the Negroes and Indians, in exciting them to war with the United States? About the 15th of April, I heard you say you would not have a thing to do with the Negroes and Indians. I heard nothing about exciting them to war. Can you read writing? Not English writing. Did you hear me say, when arriving at Suwanee, that I wished to be off immediately for Providence? I did not. After the alarm, you said you wished to be off for Tampa. Did you not say to me, you wished to visit Mr. Arbuthnot, at his store on Suwanee, and get provisions for yourself? I did not. I stated I wanted provisions. Did I send or command any Indians to go and fight the Americans? I did not exactly know that you sent them. The Indians and Negroes were crowding before your door, and you were dividing the paint, etc., among them, and I understood a party was going to march. Did I not give up the schooner to you in charge, as captain? After our return from Suwanee town, you directed me to take charge of her to go to Tampa. John I. Arbuthnot. About the 23rd of March, prisoner came, with a body of Negroes, partly armed, to my father's store on the Suwanee River, and told me then that he had come to do justice to the country, by taking the goods and distributing them among the Negroes and Indians, which I saw the prisoner do. He told me that he had come to the country on Woodbine's business, to see the Negroes righted. Prisoner gave orders to the Negroes, and at his suggestion, a party was sent from Suwanee to meet the Americans, to give them battle, which party returned on meeting the Miccosukee Indians in their flight. The letter, marked A, and referred to in the specification of the second charge, is the writing of the prisoner. A. Robert C. Ambrister to Governor Cameron, Suwanee, near St. Mark's Fort, March 20th, 1818. Sir, I am requested particularly, by all our Indian chiefs, to acquaint your Excellency that the Americans have commenced hostilities with them 2 years ago, and have advanced some considerable distance in this country, and are now making daily progress. They say they sent a number of letters to your Excellency, but have never received one answer, which makes them believe that he never delivered them, and will oblige them much if you will let me know whether he did or not. The purport of the letters were, begging your Excellency to be kind enough to send them down some gunpowder, musket balls, lead, cannon, etc., as they are now completely out of those articles. The Americans may march through the whole territory in a month, and without arms, etc., they must surrender. Hilasayo, or Francis, the Indian chief, the one that was in England, tells me to let your Excellency know that the Prince Regent told him that whenever he wanted ammunition, your Excellency would supply him with as much as he wanted. They beg me to press upon your Excellency's mind to send the above-mentioned articles down by the vessel that brings this to you, as she will sail for this place immediately, and let the Prince Regent know of their situation. Any letters that your Excellency may send down, be good enough to direct to me, as they have great dependence in my writing. Any news that your Excellency may have respecting them and Americans will be doing me a great favor to let me know, that I may send among them. There is now a very large body of Americans and Indians, who I expect will attack us every day, and God only knows how it will be decided. But I must only say, this will be the last effort with us. There has been a body of Indians gone to meet them, and I have sent another party. I hope your Excellency will be pleased to grant the favor they request. I have nothing farther to add, but am, sir, with due respect, your obedient, humble servant, Robert C. Ambrister. The prisoner. Did you hear me say that I came on Woodbine's business? I did. Were not the Negroes alluded to at Arbuthnot's store before I arrived? No, you came with them. Peter B. Cook. Never heard the prisoner give any orders to Negroes or Indians. The prisoner distributed Arbuthnot's goods, and also paint to the Negroes and Indians. some powder was brought from the vessel to Suwanee by the prisoner, and distributed among the negroes by Nero. Sometime in March the prisoner took Arbuthnot's schooner, and with an armed party of negroes, 24 in number, set out for St. Mark's for the purpose of taking Arbuthnot's goods at that place, and stated that he would compel the commandant to deliver them up. On hearing of the approach of the American army, prisoner told the negroes it was useless to run. If they ran any farther, they would be driven into the sea. Prisoner told me that he had been a lieutenant in the British Army, under Colonel Nichols. Said he was sent by Woodbine to Tampa, to see about those negroes he had left there. That he had written a letter to Governor Cameron, for ammunition for the Indians, sometime in March. That he had a commission in the Patriot Army, under McGregor, and that he had expected a captaincy. The letters marked A, B, C, D, and referred to in the specification to the second charge, are in the handwriting of the prisoner, and one marked E. B. From Robert C. Ambrister to Major Edward Nichols. Suwanee, near River Apalachicola. Dear Sir, Francis and all the Indian chiefs have requested me particularly to acquaint you that the Americans have commenced hostilities with them these 2 years past, and are making daily progress in their territory, and say they will proceed. That you are the only friend they have in that part of the world, and hope that you will exert yourself in their behalf, and ask for as much assistance as can be had. That the Americans are at the forks of the river Apalachicola. They have written a number of times to England and Providence, but have never received one answer. They expect the man never deliver the letters, but they have full hopes in my writing. They request you would make the Prince Regent acquainted with their deplorable situation. The Americans have been very cruel since they commenced, and I hope you will lose not a single moment in forwarding their views. They say they will be extremely happy to see you. Nothing would give them greater pleasure than to see you out at this time. If they should not see you, to send them in all news and directions, that they may be guided by it. There are about 300 blacks at this place, a few of our bluff people. They beg me to say, they depend on your promises, and expect you are on the way out. They have stuck to the cause, and will always believe in the faith of you, and any directions you may send to me at this place, and I will do what I can. And remain, my dear sir, most truly yours, Robert C. Ambrister. Nota bene. Francis says that you must bring the horses when you come out that you promised, and that his house has been burnt down, and burnt his uniform clothes. R.A. C. From Robert C. Ambrister to Governor Cameron. March 20, 1818. Sir, I am requested particularly by the Indian chiefs to acquaint your Excellency that the Americans have commenced hostilities with them a long time since, and have advanced some distance in their territory, and are still continuing to advance. That they, the chiefs of Florida, have sent repeatedly to your Excellency, and have never received one answer. They suspect Mr. Arbuthnot has never delivered the papers to your Excellency. They wish me to state to you that they are completely out of ammunition, muskets, etc., begging your Excellency will be pleased to send them the articles above mentioned, with a few cannon, as the Americans build their boats so strong that their rifle balls cannot penetrate their sides. The captain of the vessel, who will come down again, I have given orders to make your Excellency acquainted what time the vessel will sail for this place. Your Excellency will, I hope, be good enough to make the Prince Regent acquainted with their situation, and ask for assistance, which they have pressed me very hard to press upon your Excellency's mind, and likewise to send them down what news may be respecting them and the country, which will be a great satisfaction to them. I have the honor to be, etc., Robert C. Ambrister. D. From Robert C. Ambrister to Governor Cameron. Suwanee, 20th March 1818, near Fort St. Mark's. Sir, I am requested by Francis and all the Indian chiefs to acquaint your Excellency that they are at war with the Americans, and have been for some time back. That they are in great distress for want of ammunition, balls, arms, etc., and have wrote by Mr. Arbuthnot several times, but they suppose he never delivers them to your Excellency. You will oblige them much to let them know whether he did or did not. I expect the Americans and Indians will attack us daily. I have sent a party of men to oppose them. They beg on me to press on your Excellency's mind to lay the situation of the country before the Prince Regent, and ask for assistance. All news respecting them your Excellency will do a favor to let us know by the first opportunity, that I may make them acquainted. I have given directions to the captain to let your Excellency know when the vessel will sail for this place. I hope your Excellency will be pleased to send them ammunition. I expect, if they do not procure some very shortly, that the Americans will march through the country. I have nothing farther to add. I am, dear sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Robert C. Ambrister. E. From Robert C. Ambrister to Peter B. Cook. Mouth of the river. Dr. Cook. The boat arrived here about 3 o'clock on Thursday. The wind has been ahead ever since I have been down. The rudder of the vessel is in a bad condition, but I will manage to have it done tonight. The wind, I am in hopes, will be fair in the morning, when I will get under way, and make all possible dispatch. I will make old Lewis pilot me safe. If those Indians don't conduct themselves straight, I will use rigorous means with them. Beware of Mr. Dree. I found him on board when I came. Keep a good lookout. I have sent 2 kegs of powder and 1 bar of lead. Yours, etc., R.A. Tuesday, 3 o'clock. The prisoner. Did you not frequently hear me say that I would have nothing to do with the Indians in exciting them to war with the United States? I do not recollect. Are you acquainted with Louis Phoenix, and have you not heard him express ill will against me, in consequence of my wishing him to pilot me to St. Mark's? I never did. Do you know of my sending troops at any time to fight against the United States, and have I not been constantly with you, so that you would have an opportunity of knowing if there had been any sent by me? I have not. They might have been sent without my knowledge. Jacob Harrison. Sometime in March or 1st of April, prisoner took possession of the schooner Chance, with an armed party of negroes, and stated his intention of taking St. Mark's. On his way thither, going ashore, he learned from some Indians that Arbuthnot had gone to St. Mark's, which induced him to return. While the prisoner was on board, he had complete command of the negroes, who considered him their captain. Prisoner took the cargo of the vessel up towards Suwanee, which consisted of, with other articles, 9 kegs of powder and 500 pounds of lead. The evidence being closed, the prisoner was allowed until 5 o'clock this evening to make his defense. The time having expired, he was brought before the court, and said, The prisoner, being arraigned before a special court-martial, upon the following charges, to wit: Charge 1, aiding and abetting and comforting the Indians, supplying them with the means of war, he being a subject of Great Britain, at peace with the United States, and lately an officer in the British Colonial Marines. Charge 2, leading and commanding the Lower Creek Indians in carrying on a war against the United States. To the first charge, the prisoner at the bar pleads not guilty, and as to the second charge he pleads guilty, and justification. The prisoner at the bar feels grateful to this honorable court for their goodness in giving him sufficient time to deliberate and arrange his defense on the above charges. The prisoner at the bar here avails himself of the opportunity of stating to this court that, inasmuch as the testimony which was introduced in this case was very explicit, and went to every point the prisoner could wish, he has nothing farther to offer in his defense, but puts himself on the mercy of the honorable court. The court was cleared, and the proceedings read over to the members by the recorder. After due deliberation, the court finds the prisoner, Robert C. Ambrister, guilty of so much of the specification to the first charge, as follows, viz., and did incite them to war with the United States, by sending their warriors to meet and fight the American army, he being a subject of Great Britain, which government was at peace and friendship with the United States, and all her citizens. But not guilty of the other part of the specification. Guilty of the first charge. Guilty of the specification of the second charge, and guilty of the second charge. And they sentenced the prisoner, Robert C. Ambrister, to suffer death, by being shot, 2/3 of the court concurring therein. One of the members of the court moved reconsideration of his vote on the sentence, and his motion was in the affirmative. A second vote was taken, and the court changed the sentence from death to one that the prisoner receive 50 stripes on his bare back, and be confined with a ball and chain to hard labor, for 12 calendar months. The commanding general, Major General Jackson, approved the finding and first sentence of the court in the case of Robert C. Ambrister, and disapproved the reconsideration of the sentence of the court, saying, "It appears from the evidence and pleading of the prisoner that he did lead and command, within the territory of Spain, being a subject of Great Britain, the Indians in war against the United States, these nations being at peace. It is an established principle of the law of nations that any individual of a nation, making war against the citizens of another nation, they being at peace, forfeits his allegiance, and becomes an outlaw and pirate. This is the case of Robert C. Ambrister, clearly shown by the evidence adduced. The commanding general orders that Brevet Major A. C. W. Fanning, of the Corps of Artillery, will have, between the hours of 8 and 9 o'clock a.m., Robert C. Ambrister to be shot to death, agreeably to the sentence of the court. John James Arbuthnot will be furnished with a passage to Pensacola by the first vessel. April 29. Today at daylight, the prisoner was shot by a detail of troops. End of section 82.
Section 83 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Action of Patrick Duffey against George E. Matthewson and others for assault and battery. New York City, 1816. The narrative. It was an old custom of the sea that whenever a vessel arrived on the equator, where the raw hands and passengers on board have not been before, the seamen, according to the old usage, would proceed to the ceremony of shaving, which is thus performed. One of the crew, the oldest, is habited in a fantastic manner, and with a speaking trumpet in his hand personates Father Neptune. He goes forward to the bow of the vessel, while those who are to be shaved are kept below, and descends until he reaches the water, and from thence ascends on deck, pretending to have emerged from the ocean. He hails the crew with his trumpet, answer is made, and mutual congratulations pass between his godship and the old seaman. He proceeds to order the requisite apparatus for shaving, which generally consists of a piece of iron hoop, a composition for lather made of slush and other offensive matter, and a tub of water. The persons who are to be shaved are then brought on deck, one by one, blindfolded. He demands money or rum as his rightful tax on all those who have never crossed the line. If they pay, they are let go, but if they refuse, they are not. Those who are quiet are shaved light, while those who are refractory are shaved hard. After shaving, Neptune proceeds to swear the novice to divers singular observances, one of which is, that he will never eat brown bread when he can get white. The one shaved is then either immersed in a tub of water, or has a bucket from above poured on his head, and the frolic ends. The sailors of the English ship Thomas, on a voyage from Ireland to America, one day in May, 1816, got up the same stunt when they sighted the banks of Newfoundland. But it did not end here. Patrick Duffey, a passenger who would not pay or treat, and who made quite a row over it, was handled rather roughly, brought an action for assault and battery against the captain and several of the sailors when he reached New York, and the jury awarded him damages. The trial. In the Marine Court of New York City, October 1816, Honorable Henry Wharton, Robert Swanton, John B. Scott, Judges. October 17th. This was an action for damages for assault and battery alleged to have been committed on board the British ship Thomas while on the high seas. The defendants were George Matthewson, the captain of the ship, and Richard Clark, George Jenkins, John Marknell, and several other sailors. Mr. Keynes for the plaintiff, Mr. Fay for the defendant. The evidence. Peter Duffey, am the plaintiff, and was a passenger on board the Thomas, which sailed from Cork for New York last May. About 5 weeks after we sailed, and just as we were in sight of land which they called the Banks, a number of the sailors, disguised in fantastic clothes, ordered the passengers on deck and proceeded to make us go through a ceremony against our will. When we got on deck, Marknell, who was dressed up as Father Neptune, came over the side of the ship. He had evidently been lowered over the side before we got on deck. He had a trumpet in his hand. He hailed the crew in language I did not understand, but I heard him tell them to bring his razor, and some lather, and a cup of water. He then ordered the sailors to bring the passengers before him, and one by one he demanded money or rum as his right when land was sighted. Those who paid up were let go. I refused. When Marknell told his aides to perform the operation, they took hold of me, tied me up, and covered my face with a foul mixture of tar and soap and slush. They scraped it off with an iron hoop, and then dipped me into a tub of water. Before this they made me take a ridiculous oath that I would never eat brown bread when I could get white. James Slavers was a passenger on the Thomas and saw the frolic. I got off as I paid $2 tribute as required. Saw them put Duffey through, also half a dozen other passengers who would not pay, including one woman, Anne Jones. The fun was very rough, and I would have not enjoyed it. I preferred to pay the tribute. Cross-examined. Duffey was very mad, but he was the first to refuse to pay. He stayed on deck and watched the others, and after a while seemed much amused and to enjoy it all. They did not drop the woman in the tar water, but poured it over her from a bucket instead. To Mr. Keynes. The victims were blindfolded. The razor was nothing but a hoop. When Neptune came on deck he pretended to have emerged from the ocean, and hailed the crew with his trumpet, to which they responded in a doggerel which they seemed to be very familiar with. When Duffey refused to pay or treat, Father Neptune thundered through his trumpet, "Who are these mortals I see?" One of the sailors responded like this when a passenger refused to pay or treat. "Oh, omnipotent Father, King of the ocean, behold the rebellious sons of terror, who have dared to intrude into thy dominions, refusing to bend before thy divine altar, and to render to thee an accustomed libation. Their beards, O Father, are long, uncouth, and indecent, retained by them in defiance of thy laws, and in derision of thy divinity." Then Neptune called out, "Carry these impious mortals from my presence. Behold their beards, which they dare to retain in despite of my authority. They shall be shaved." And afterwards, "Bring hither that tub, and fill it with sea water." It was done. "Bring forth the long-bearded tribe one by one." The command was obeyed, but Duffey, when it came to his turn, was inclined to be refractory, and resisted. Notice that those that made no fuss were shaved light, while those that resisted were shaved hard. When the ceremony was over, Neptune got over the side of the ship again as though he was descending into the vast deep. Marknell took the part of Neptune, and Captain Matthewson assisted all through the ceremony. Swanton J. To the jury. It was the duty of the master of the ship to treat his passengers with attention and politeness. The captain stood in the same relation to the passengers as the master of an inn or hotel did toward his guests. Having the superintendence of his vessel, the law had invested the captain with the authority necessary for preserving peace and good order. On this occasion, the captain not only failed in treating the plaintiff with a becoming decorum, but countenanced, and actually had some agency in the injury charged in the declaration. The conduct of the defendants toward the plaintiff was highly reprehensible. After taking into consideration the wounded feelings of the plaintiff on the one hand, and the circumstances of the defendants on the other, it will be the duty of the jury to render such a verdict as they considered just and equitable. The jury rendered a verdict in favor of the plaintiff for $46. End of section 83, read by Inkell.
Section 84 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. The Trial of Elizabeth Southard for the Murder of William P. Walker, Richmond, Virginia, 1851. A low quarrel and fight in a low lodging house in a southern city in the middle of the last century brought about this trial. There is not much in it to interest the reader either as regards the facts or the result. The interest today is in the distinction which the law of slavery drew between a white person and a person of color. The principal witnesses were objected to on the ground that they were Negroes, but although they had registered themselves as free Negroes, the court found that they were not Negroes at all, but free persons of color who had less than 1/4 Negro blood, which took them out of the servile class in the eye of the law. And because the court found the prisoner was in the same condition as Therese, she was held entitled to be tried as a white person and not as a Negro. The Trial. In the Circuit Court of Henrico County, Virginia, criminal term May 1851, Honorable John S. Caskey, Judge. The prisoner was indicted for murder. The indictment containing 5 counts, each charging the blow, is given the 12th day of April, 1851, to William P. Walker, and that he lingered till the 22nd and then died. That she struck with an iron griddle in her right hand held upon his head, with an iron griddle in both hands held upon the hind part of his head, with a sharp instrument to the grand jurors unknown in her hands held upon the back part of the head, with a hard instrument to the jurors unknown in her hands held upon the hind part of his head, with an iron griddle in her hands held on his head, gave him divers wounds, fractures, contusions, and bruises. The prisoner was 35 years of age, her hair black and complexion dark. She pleaded not guilty. The following jurors were selected: S. G. Waldrop, R. D. Mitchell, Bernard Brill, William W. Carter, H. B. Ford, Samuel Phillips, Joseph Rennie, William W. Morris, R. G. Walton, William Matthews, James Simpson, Stephen B. Sweeney. John B. Young, Commonwealth Attorney, and B. B. Minor for the Commonwealth. John N. Davis, William Hancock, and R. R. Howison for the prisoner. Mr. Young, I propose to call as witnesses for the Commonwealth Martha Hobson and Rebecca Hobson, and I ask that they be sworn. The prisoner's counsel objected to them as incompetent on the ground that they were persons of color. Mr. Young, then to raise the question, I offer them at once. I shall insist that they are competent as white persons, or at least that they have no more of Negro blood than the accused, and therefore may testify against her. The prisoner's counsel, let them be sworn on their voir dire. Martha Hobson, I have been registered as a free Negro in Henrico County Court, and have here a copy of my register with the seal of the court attached. Rebecca Hobson, I have been registered as a free Negro in the same court, but have not obtained a copy of my register. The Commonwealth's attorney admitted her registry without requiring the production of the record. Mr. Young, I propose to ask Martha Hobson concerning her parentage. The prisoner's counsel, we object. The register is conclusive as to the status of the witness. The court ought not to go behind it. The statute of Virginia requires that a free Negro shall be registered. The county court has complete jurisdiction and ought not to have registered her if she was not a free Negro. It is res judica, and the decision of that court upon the amount of Negro blood may be regarded in the light of a proceeding in rem, and so binding upon all. If she claimed to be of mixed blood, to have less than 1/4 of Negro blood, she might have that question specially decided in her favor by the county court. Mr. Young, this court ought not to be concluded by the register. These persons may have applied for registers at free Negroes merely because they did not wish to be annoyed by questions as to their disabilities and their privileges. The Commonwealth was not a party when they were registered and is not bound by the action of the county court. The court. The registry is not conclusive. Martha Hobson. My mother was generally called an Englishwoman. She was darker than I am. My father was reputed to be a white man. After I was born, my mother lived with a Negro man as his wife. I lived with them several years. My own husband was generally thought to be a free man of color. His color was light. We came from Little York in Gloucester County. Cross-examined. Never remember to have seen the man that was said to be my father. We were never registered in Gloucestershire. We only had ourselves registered here because we feared somebody might interfere with us. We associated with colored people in Gloucestershire. Rebecca is my daughter. The Court. As questions somewhat novel arise in this case, I have thought it best to call in some physicians who are probably experts in matters relating to the distinctions between the human races. The prisoner's counsel. We object to such testimony. If the register be not conclusive, then the proper mode of determining the matter is, not by inspection either of the court or of supposed experts, but by evidence of parentage and pedigree. Our statute looks to this, when it declares that a fourth or more of Negro blood shall exclude. How can the quantity be determined by experts? It can only be known by the parentage. 3 Robinson's Practical 215, State v. Davis, 2 Bailey, SC 558. Mr. Young, the South Carolina case is against you. I think I remember a case from King William which went to the Court of Appeals, and that court decided that inspection was a proper mode of deciding such questions, but I cannot name the case. The Court. I have no doubt I might decide upon my own inspection, and if so, I may avail myself of the knowledge of those better skilled in such inquiries than myself. R. H. Cabell, M.D. I think the studies of a physician tend to give him peculiar skill and knowledge as to the distinctions between the races of men. Comparative anatomy is one of his studies, and that treats of differences in the anatomical structure, as the shape of the skull, the nose, the extremities between the various races. After examining Martha Hobson, I do not find in this woman any evidence of Negro blood. She seems to me to be pure Caucasian. Cross-examined. Do not think it possible for a physician to say accurately how much Negro blood there is in a person, whether a fourth or more. It would be a mere conjecture. This woman's nose is depressed, but she tells me it has been broken. I find nothing in her hair or skin, general appearance indicating Negro blood. Mr. Young, I ask that Dr. Cabal may now be permitted to examine the prisoner. I propose to prove that she has at least as much Negro blood as either of the Hobsons. The prisoner's counsel. We insist that the Commonwealth is bound to try the accused as a white person. The indictment treats her as such. It nowhere alleges that she is a free Negro or mulatto. The case of Young, 2 Virginia cases, 328, decides that when the punishment for an offense is different in a white person and in a free Negro, the indictment against the latter must allege that he is such. The reasoning there applies here. The evidence is different in the 2 cases, and the prisoner may be taken by surprise. Indicted as a white person, she comes expecting to be tried as a white person, and may be unprepared with proof of her white pedigree, which the Commonwealth seeks to assail. The Court. As the punishment in the case of murder is the same for a white person and for a free Negro, the indictment need not make a difference. Yet the Commonwealth ought not to be prevented from showing the competency of her testimony by proving that the prisoner was not one who could object to it. Dr. Cabal recalled after examining Rebecca Hobson and the prisoner. I feel very reluctant to give testimony in this case, and would be glad to be excused. I do not wish to wound the feelings of anyone. I have an opinion on the subject. I think the prisoner has Negro blood. How much, I cannot say. Rebecca Hobson also has Negro blood, in my opinion, probably rather more than the prisoner. W. D. Haskins, M.D. I think it probable that a physician may have a peculiar skill and be an expert in such matters, though it is not strictly a part of his profession, and extended observations would be necessary to give much skill. My opinion is that all 3 of these women have some Negro blood, the old woman very little. I think the prisoner has more than the witness, Rebecca Hobson. Cross-examined. It is rather the province of the naturalist than of the physician to examine 3 subjects. Probably a physician would not have much more skill than any man of general scientific reading. As to the prisoner, I judge chiefly by the hair and the skin. Her hair is shorter than is usual in white women. Yes, it may have been cut, but it has the appearance of having its natural length. It has also a tendency to curl, not to curl merely, but to a kind of wavy curl, not easily described, but which is different from the curl in the hair of white women. I do not think it possible for a physician to say whether there be a fourth of Negro blood. Albert N. Sneed, M.D. Think it pertains more to the naturalist than the physician to solve this question, but a physician may acquire some peculiar knowledge as to it, not merely from his reading, but from his practice among the 2 races, as they exist in our society. Am of the opinion all these women have Negro blood. The old woman has the least. Think the other two have about the same quantity. Cross-examined. I judge by the hair and the skin and some other appearances. There is something indescribable in the feeling of the hair and the looks of the skin by which I think the presence of Negro blood may be detected. Cannot say how much. C. Wortham. Am a physician, but do not think I can call myself an expert on this subject. Do not feel competent to give the court instruction and guidance on the question. Other physicians may feel such competency, but I do not. Isaac A. Godden. Was in the county court when Elizabeth Southard was before them in some ease, and the court decided that she was a white person. Here an extract from the record of the county court was exhibited by Mr. Davis. We had sufficient evidence, and I heard. Mr. Young. What Mr. Godden heard from others cannot be given in evidence. The prisoner's counsel. Upon a question of pedigree, hearsay testimony is admissible. This is an exception to the general rule, and we state it thus broadly. If there be a restriction, let the Commonwealth point it out. The Court. The declarations of a member or connection of the prisoner's family may be given in evidence on the question. Jacob Holloway. Knew the prisoner's parents in Hanover County. They were cousins to each other and were both descendants from the Matthewsons of Caroline. Her father and mother were regularly married and always associated with white people and were very reputable people. They always passed for such. Knew her grandparents who were Matthewsons. The Matthewsons were a dark family. Cross-examined. Her grandfather was a Matthewson. He was dark, but not darker than I have seen people who were known to be white people. I think I have heard, a long time ago, that there was some rumor of a stain in the blood of the family, but I know nothing of it myself. Fleming P. Harris. I knew her parents in Hanover. They were very respectable persons and were recognized as white people. I have known her father to muster in the militia. May 8. James H. Conway, M.D. Do not think a physician from his professional studies would be more skillful in detecting the differences between the races than any other well-read man. There are naturalists who make this their peculiar study. The object of medical study is to become acquainted with the human system generally and the causes and cure of its maladies, and in my opinion this may be done to the full extent to which the science now goes without any peculiar knowledge of the distinctions between the races. L. R. Waring, M.D. Think a physician need not have any peculiar skill in such matters, cannot claim to be an expert in them, though I have endeavored to attend to the studies of my profession. It must, to a great extent, be matter of conjecture. M. Burton, M.D. Have paid much attention to the differences between the human races. I have done this as a naturalist, and not merely as a physician. Consider myself as having thus acquired peculiar skill and knowledge on the subject. After examining the prisoner and the two witnesses, think the elder woman, Martha Hobson, has no African blood in her. Do not find any evidence of it in her. I think both the other women have Negro blood, and of the two, the prisoner seems to me to have the least. I think neither of them can have as much as 1/4 of Negro blood. Judge Caskey. Even without the testimony of the physicians, I might have decided this question upon my own inspection, but I desired aid and have certainly derived from the evidence strong confirmation of the view I was inclined at first to take. The question as to the conclusiveness of the register and the effect of the indictment upon the rights of the prisoner have been already considered. Our statute admits as competent witnesses, even against a white person, those free persons of color who have less than 1/4 of Negro or Indian blood. As to the prisoner, I am convinced that she has African blood, but I am equally convinced that she is much less than 1/4, and therefore she is to be tried as a white person. As to Martha Hobson, all that I have heard and seen leaves on my mind the strong opinion that she has no African blood at all, that she is a pure Caucasian, or if her blood be mixed, then she may have a slight tinge, much less than 1/4 of Indian blood. As to Rebecca Hobson, I at first supposed that she had much more Negro blood than the prisoner, but this view has been modified by a closer inspection, and I am now of opinion that she has very little, if any more, and that her quantity of African blood is much less than 1/4. With these views, I must decide that both Martha and Rebecca Hobson are competent witnesses. Evidence for the Commonwealth. John H. Walker. Heard that William Walker had been much hurt at Martha Hobson's. Think I heard it Saturday the 13th of April, 1850. I went to the house and found him sitting up by the chimney side with his head bound open. Asked him if he would come home with me. He said not then. The next evening he came to my house, and he stayed there until he died, on the Monday week after he was hurt. He sometimes walked about for a day or two after coming to my house, but did not talk much. He seemed in a stupor several days before he died. Cross-examined. He was my cousin. We did not have much to do with each other. He would take sprees sometimes, but I did not think he was then more violent than other men. He was a very peaceable man when sober. J. Mull, a few days after this affair happened, saw William Walker walking on the other side of the bridge over the creek that runs through Rockets. He had his head tied up. I joined him and we talked some, asked him how he got hurt, and he said he got it skylarking at Martha Hobson's. He went on to his brother's. Don't think I saw him out afterwards. Cross-examined. Skylarking is a phrase often used by sailors. It means pretty rough play, as if we were to take all the tables, desks, books, and inkstands in this room and throw them all about in confusion. Knew William Walker. He got drunk sometimes, but when sober he was quiet. Martha Hobson. The night this thing happened, Betsy Southard was at my house, and so was William Walker. Sometime after dark, we took something to drink. They commenced romping about the room. They proposed to dance. I told them I didn't believe they could dance as they did in old times. They romped about the floor, and after a while Bill Walker went out and got one of the watchmen to come. When he came, he asked what was the matter. We were all quiet. The watchman said to Bill Walker, "If you come and make a fuss again, I will put you up the chimney." When the watchman went away, Betsy asked Walker what he brought the watchman for. He said for her. Then she proposed to send out for some liquor and said if he wouldn't pay for it, she would. The liquor came, and after a while they played again, and Betsy threw him down on the floor. They were down some time, and then they got up and had another wrestle, and she threw him again. Then she got up, and I saw her go off her body half bent. Here the witness showed the position, towards the fireplace. He ran after her and kicked her in the mouth, Betsy said, so hard it shook every tooth in her head. Then she said, "Oh, damn you, are you up to that?" And she caught up this griddle and struck him on the back of the head as he turned off. He fell right down and lay still. I said, "Lord, Betsy, you've killed him." She said, "Oh, no, he ain't dead. Let him bleed a little." After a while he came to. I put some soot from the chimney on his head and bound it up with a bandage, and he laid down on the bed. Cross-examined. William Walker lived with me as my husband. We were never married. We all drank that evening. I as well as the rest. Don't know why Walker went for the watchman. He didn't like Betsy much anyhow, though they were playing at first, but I think he was getting very mad when she threw him down. Think he was mad when he ran after her to the chimney. He ran very fast. After he kicked her, he turned off to the right. There was a table the way he turned. Under it there was a skillet with a handle to it, and there was some other things. When they fell down the first time, they stayed down, it seemed to me, perhaps a quarter of an hour. They said nothing all the time. Had once a little difficulty with Elizabeth Southard, but nothing to speak of. Rebecca was present most of the time. Rebecca Hobson was out of the house the first part of the night. When I came in, they were dancing and playing about the floor. I drank, I think, 1 glass. Walker went out and got the watchman, but when he came, we were not doing anything, and he went away. Betsy and Walker wrestled, and she threw him. Only saw her throw him once. She had said to me, "Pull my cape down," and I pulled it down. While they were on the floor, he kicked her in the mouth, and then she ran and got this griddle and struck him on the head. He fell down and seemed dead, but came to. When she took the griddle, she said, "Oh, are you up to that?" Didn't hear her say anything more. Cross-examined. Did not see Walker run up to the chimney place and kick Betsy in the mouth. Did not see her go off half bent to the fireplace. I did not see Mother put any soot on his head. There was a skillet under the table near him. There was an axe in the house. I think it was near the door. They fell nearer to the door than to the fireplace. Walker was sometimes very violent. He had choked my mother a few days before. He was not a large man. Remember some difficulty between Mother and Betsy. L.R. Waring, M.D. Was called to see William Walker before his death. Found him in a state approaching stupor. There was a wound on his head which penetrated through the scalp. The skull was also cut through, and a piece of the bone driven in upon the brain. Used the therapin to elevate this fragment of bone. Had little hope of his life. He continued to live, generally in a comatose state, until Monday, when he died. The blow, I think, might have been given with an instrument like the griddle, and must have been struck with considerable force. Have no doubt the blow caused his death. John H. Walker, recalled. On Wednesday evening, William Walker was much worse and was put to bed. He said he did not think he should ever get well. He seemed in earnest when he said it. Asked him if I should send for a doctor, and he said yes. The prosecuting attorney. Upon this foundation and the former evidence, I now propose to give the declaration of the deceased as to the person who struck the blow and its attending circumstances to the jury. The prisoner's counsel. We shall oppose this not only on the ground that according to the common law decisions, the foundation is not sufficient, but on the farther ground that the Constitution of the United States forbids the introduction of dying declarations by necessary interference from Article 6 Amendment. How can the accused be confronted with the witnesses against him if these declarations of a man not under oath and not subject to cross-examination can be received? And so, Judge Baxter of Georgia has recently ruled out dying declarations in a case reported in Washington, Georgia, Gazette, and in the Richmond Times, May 8, 1851. Hunter Hill's case does not shut up this question. There, nothing was relied upon by the prisoner's counsel, except the Bill of Rights of Virginia. The Constitution of the United States was not spoken of, but if dying declarations can be received at all, the rule now approved will exclude them in this case. It is not enough that the deceased thought he should never recover. Cowan and Hill's notes to Phillips, 607-608. He must think death to be impending, so that his mind is solemnized by the thought. Mr. Minor, the Bill of Rights of Virginia is broader in its language than the Constitution of the U.S. Compare Article 8 Bill of Rights with Article 6 Amendment. Constitution. So the General Court, in deciding that the Bill of Rights did not exclude dying declarations, necessarily decide that the Constitution of the U.S. did not. The rule only requires that the deceased shall believe he must die soon. This was the case here. The Court. I do not think Article 6 of the amendments to the Constitution of the United States applies at all to the state courts or gives any rule to them. The words are, an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law. This must refer to the United States courts. But while I am bound by the decision in Hunter Hill's case, and am perfectly satisfied of the propriety of admitted dying declarations to a jury, yet, in the case at bar, I do not think the mind of the deceased was so bereft of all hope of life, and so impressed as to the solemnity of his position as to make his declarations proper evidence. I therefore exclude them. Evidence for the defense. William F. Carvado. The morning after this affair, I heard Isaiah Walker say his brother was killed. Went to the house and peeped through a window, and saw William Walker sitting up in bed. Asked him who struck him. He said a woman upstairs. I went part of the way upstairs, just high enough to see, and I saw a woman lying on the floor, wrapped up in old clothes or something of the kind. I could not tell who she was. A man named Peter Bell was up there, just buttoning on his clothes. Saw no other woman. Joseph Holloway. Knew the prisoner in Hanover, and never heard anything against her. She was always considered of a peaceable disposition. She stayed with my mother sometimes, and I heard her speak of her favorably. Have known nothing of her since she was in Richmond. Fleming P. Harris. Have seen the prisoner in Hanover, where her parents lived. Never heard anything against her there, but in the last 4 or 5 years she has been beyond the reach of my observation. May 9. The argument before the jury commenced at 9 and closed at 12:30. The jury retired and in half an hour returned with a verdict of guilty of voluntary manslaughter. The prisoner was sentenced to confinement in the penitentiary for 1 year. End of section 84.
Section 85 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of John Dayton and Thomas Dyer for larceny, New York City, 1817. The narrative. A sailing vessel carrying a cargo of flour, butter, honey, and other provisions capsized one afternoon in a gale in the Hudson River opposite New York City. Most of the cargo was on deck and floated upon the water. A sailor named Dyer suggested to several of his companions that they go out and pick up what property they could, which proposition was accepted. They succeeded in bringing a lot of it to shore, and transporting it over to Long Island, where one of them operated a store, and did a good business until interrupted by the police, who arrested the men and confiscated the stock. Tried in New York City for stealing the things which they took from the water, their lawyers contended that the finder was not a thief, but the court ruled that the things that they took were not lost, and that therefore they were not finders, and they were convicted. The trial. In the Court of General Sessions, New York City, November 1817. Honorable Jacob Ratcliffe, Mayor. Thomas R. Smith, Anthony L. Underhill, Alderman. November 3rd. John Dayton, Thomas Dyer, Gideon Wagner, and Samuel Legg had been indicted for grand larceny, in stealing 40 barrels of flour, 2 firkins of butter, 2 hives of honey, 3 tierces of cheese, and 1 chest containing 3 coats, and 6 pairs of pantaloons, of the value of $443, the property of James Taylor on October 6, 1817. The prisoners pleaded not guilty. Hugh Maxwell, District Attorney for the people, Mr. Scott, Mr. Gardiner, and Mr. Price for the prisoners. The evidence. James Taylor. I was captain and owner of the sloop Superior. On the morning of the 6th of October last, the sloop left Catskill about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, while between Fort Washington and Sputing, Duval Creek, about 10 miles from New York, a violent gale of wind went over her. The cargo on the deck, consisting of flour, butter, honey, potash, and other articles, was swept off. The prisoners with others on the east shore, seeing the situation of the vessel, put off in boats to save such of the cargo as they could. Some floated on the shore, and some was taken up by the boatmen, judging from the direction of the wind, that such of the articles as would float would be driven on the eastern shore and preserved by the people there, and continued with the vessel, and did not, until the Friday following, go after the property. On that day I found a part of the property on the shore, and in 15 days after the accident, found 12 barrels of the flour in the police office. Samuel Legg. I went along with the prisoners at the suggestion of Dyer when we saw the sloop go over. After we picked the things up from the water, Dayton told me that he intended to keep a part of the property as a compensation for his trouble, stating that the owner, in such cases, was generally illiberal, and would not allow near as much as the law allowed, which was half the property. In my presence, he concealed 4 barrels of flour, a firkin of butter, and a hive of honey, by covering it with stones and bushes. Dyer also took his part of the property, removed it from the place where it came on shore, and sealed it. Dyer with Dayton hired Wagner to come up with a schooner in the night and convey the property to the city. Dayton was a fisherman, but after getting the goods he opened a flour warehouse at Corlear's Hook, and continued merchandising until the police arrested him. Mr. Scott contended that the property, having been lost from the vessel, the possession was legally obtained by the prisoner, no trespass was committed, and it did not appear, from the evidence, that a felonious intent existed in his mind at the time of the original taking. Mr. Price cited the case of the People v. Anderson, 14 Johns 294, the marginal note in which is that a bona fide finder of an article lost, as a trunk containing goods, lost from a stage-coach, and found on the highway, is not guilty of larceny by any subsequent act in secreting or appropriating to his own use the article found. Mr. Maxwell contended that the owner had, continually, a constructive possession, and never intended to abandon his possession. The mayor charged the jury that the case read from Johnson was not analogous to the case submitted for their determination. There, the property, to every legal intent, was lost to the owner, and came into possession of the prisoner by finding, but in this case, according to the testimony, the property was not lost, it was merely separated from the owner by an accident. He did not lose his control over it, and, at no point in time, intended to abandon his right of recovering possession. Here was a vessel in distress, the owner was present and had the property in his power and never intended to abandon his control over it. Besides, it was notorious that the property came from the vessel. In cases of fire in our city, where property is thrown promiscuously in the street and is often, for a time, beyond the owner's reach, it has always been held, in this court, that it is a felony to take such property with a fraudulent intent. It has never been considered that property, which has been wrested from the owner by accident, is so far lost that it is not the subject of a felony. The court cannot conceive the difference in principle between cases of that description so frequently tried in this court, and the present case. In point of moral turpitude, this must surely be ranked among offences the most atrocious, for it is taking advantage of the distress of others to purloin their property under colour of rendering assistance. On the whole, the only question for the jury is, whether at the time the prisoner took this property, he did it with the fraudulent intent of converting it to his own use, without the consent of the owner. The jury, in determining this question, have a right to recur to the conduct of the prisoner subsequent to such taking, and to all the circumstances in the case as detailed in the testimony. Should the jury believe that the prisoner, at the time he took this property from the water, intended to convert it to his own use, it will be their duty to convict him, but if he intended to preserve it for the owner, it will be their duty to acquit him. The jury found the prisoners guilty, but recommended Dyer to mercy. The court sentenced Dayton to the state prison for 7 years, and the sentence of Dyer was suspended. End of section 85, read by Inkell. End of American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson.